Humanitarian crises, famines. The situation in the Middle East is completely out of control, said an American general in a grave voice. Uncoordinated military interventions have destabilized the entire geopolitical ecosystem. If we don't act now, we lose the East, and with it, global stability. In the corner of the room, David Kovacs listened silently. A former Special Forces officer, now an international security consultant, David knew that the war, albeit unofficial, had long since begun. It was an economic, informational, military, and influence war. All these elements intersected to create chaos that no one could control. We're not just talking about a military conflict here, interjected a European diplomat. We are facing a global economic collapse. Our countries are on the verge of collapse due to mutual sanctions and our populations are suffering. Refugees, hunger, lack of resources, all these fuel internal tensions and make us vulnerable to propaganda and radicalization. David looked at one of the screens showing images of Eastern Europe. There, in a small country on the verge of economic collapse, was Ana. It had been more than love, it had been a refuge in a chaotic world. A diplomat, she was trying to mediate the political and economic crises in the region, but she knew it was already a losing battle. Each passing day reminded him of human frailty and how quickly peace could turn into war. It's no longer a matter of if, David thought silently. It's already too late. All that's left for us is to survive and protect what's left. The thought of Ana being caught in the middle of this conflict weighed on his heart. Every night he tried to contact her, but the lines of communication were destroyed or controlled. The fear of losing her grew every hour. An Asian diplomat spoke up, "This war is an economic one, and the price will be paid by all, not just those on the battlefield. We've reached the point where no one can win anymore." Diplomacy, replied a Russian admiral ironically, leaning on the table. Borders are collapsing, our economies are devastated, and we think we can still talk? It is naive to think that this conflict will stop without decisive action. David watched the exchange, feeling each word push the world closer to the brink. David was no stranger to conflict. He had spent much of his life on the front lines around the world, but something about this situation was different. Although fighting had not yet broken out on a global scale, the world was already at war. Economic battles, intense propaganda and mutual sanctions had paralyzed entire countries. But even in the midst of the chaos, David felt that the worst loss was not military. It was not about the battlefields that were being silently prepared or the military strikes that could be launched at any moment. It was about Ana. Ana, a diplomat in Eastern Europe, she had always been an optimist. He believed that dialogue could prevent any conflict. Despite evidence to the contrary, she insisted that diplomacy could save the world. Their past meetings had been filled with long conversations about peace, about what could be done to stop the conflict from escalating, but David knew better. Words are weak, he told her one night as they looked up at the starry sky over a quiet area in the Carpathian Mountains. Actions are what really change the world, and not always for the better. Ana had smiled at him then, but she hadn't said anything. That wistful smile would be their last memory together. These thoughts made him feel helpless. The world was changing faster than he could react. At every step, the obstacles grew larger, and the power to stop them seemed to evaporate with each wrong political decision. Ladies and gentlemen, the leader of the council, a man with gray hair and a tired look, interjected at one point. The situation is worse than it seems. The Middle East is not the only one in crisis. Eastern Europe, North Africa, even parts of South America and Asia are on the brink of collapse. Soon, it will no longer be about borders or alliances. We will all fight for survival. David looked around. A mixture of fear and disbelief hung in the air. It was clear in the eyes of the world leaders that none of them had any answers left. They were all trapped in a machine that they could no longer stop. But David knew that this helplessness was dangerous. When leaders become fearful, he told himself, war is inevitable. The only question is when and who will be the first victim. As the talks dragged on that evening, David tried again to contact his sources in Eastern Europe. But nothing. The lines of communication were cut, and no word came from Ana. A growing uneasiness came over him. He felt himself losing her with each passing moment. The hall had become a suffocating space of rumors and conspiracy theories. From the invasion of territories to economic sanctions, each leader tried to protect his own corner of the world, without seeing the panorama of disaster. "We can't go on like this," the French leader finally said, his voice calm but firm. "It is clear that we will lose everything if we do not join forces. But I know that's almost impossible." In the corner of the room, David watched this breakdown of international consensus. Each leader tried to preserve their territories, protect their populations, but in the end they were all part of the same disaster. The air in the hall had become more and more unbearable. Everyone present seemed imprisoned in their own doubts. David could feel the distrust in every exchange. As the leaders discussed their strategies, the reality outside these glass walls grew increasingly bleak. Refugees were fleeing their countries, desperation gripped the cities, and food and resources were increasingly hard to come by. "It's only a matter of time before the rest of the world falls," said an Italian diplomat with a weary look. "Eastern Europe is just the beginning." David leaned forward slightly, taking a deep breath. He had witnessed many wars. But nothing compared to the atmosphere now. Everything was different, because everything felt inevitable. None of the leaders present really believed in a solution anymore. Everyone was just trying to postpone the disaster. His thoughts were, however, far from Geneva. In his mind, he was with Ana. He remembered their last meeting in Eastern Europe, when she had tried to broker a diplomatic meeting between two countries on the brink of war. In those moments, he had realized how hard it would be to convince her to leave. She believed in her mission to save what could be saved, but David saw clearly, the situation was far too serious to hope for a peaceful resolution. "You will lose in this fight," he had told her, looking her straight in the eye. "You can't save everything." Ana bit her lip, not wanting to answer him. She had always been so stubborn, but that was also what had drawn him to her. The hours passed in the conference room, and the discussions became more and more tense. Each leader presented his options to prevent the complete collapse of the global order. But all solutions seemed futile. David felt that each of these people was now living an illusion. With a quick movement, he pulled out his phone and tried again to contact his contacts in Eastern Europe. The silence on the other end made him grip the phone even harder. An incomprehensible silence, a silence that had become all too familiar in recent weeks. He couldn't stop thinking about Ana. "Where are you?" he murmured almost unconsciously. The American leader raises his voice, bringing David back to the present. "It's not just about the Middle East anymore. There are suspicious movements in Eastern Europe, North Africa and Central Asia. We are seeing alliances forming that would not have been possible just a few years ago. If we don't act quickly, we will lose control of the situation completely." David ran a hand over his face, trying to clear his thoughts. Despite being a seasoned professional, something about this conflict made him feel disarmed. Wars of the past had a clear beginning and end, with a well-defined military logic. But now, everything seemed blurry, as if every move was guided by desperation, not strategy. "We are facing a crisis of historic proportions," the French leader said, looking around the room. "If we don't take drastic measures, before long our borders will be just imaginary lines on a meaningless map." David could feel the tension in the room rising as each international leader tried to impose their point of view, but none of them seemed to have any real solutions. A global economic collapse, regional wars, mass migration, all of this was happening at the same time, and David was witnessing a world collapsing before his eyes. Ana had always been the one who had kept him connected to hope, to the idea that even in the darkest moments there was a way out. But now, without her, this world seemed even emptier. She couldn't bear the thought of her being caught up in the chaos that was unfolding. If he couldn't contact her, if he couldn't find her, everything seemed meaningless. "Mr. Kovac," he heard a voice in front of him. David looked up and saw that all eyes were on him. It was time to express his opinion. "I've seen this before," he said calmly but firmly. "Not on this scale, but still pretty close. When we rely on illusions that we can control everything, that we can prevent the inevitable only through negotiations and sanctions, we lose sight of the real danger. War is no longer a distant threat. It's already here, we just don't see it clearly. Not because it doesn't exist, but because we refuse to accept it." The hall fell into a heavy silence. David felt his heart beat faster. He could feel the stares of those in the room and knew that many of them did not want to hear the truth. But he also knew that the truth was their only chance. We have to prepare for the inevitable, he continued. Let's face it, the war has already begun, we just weren't willing to call it that. Economic powers, hidden alliances and discreet military actions are already clear signs that we are in an unofficial world war. His words reverberated through the conference room. Some leaders put their heads in their hands, others stared at screens with alarming statistics. The truth was impossible to ignore. But for David, everything came down to one thought: Ana. If the war became official, if the fronts opened and the armed forces were mobilized, the chances of finding her were getting smaller and smaller. The American leader shook his head slowly. You are right, Mr. Kovac, he said. But it's not just about military training. It's about survival. We are at the edge of the precipice, and those who are quick and smart enough will be the only ones who will stand. Just then, David's phone vibrated gently. He pulled it out quickly, with a trembling hand, hoping for news from Ana. But when he opened the message, a shiver ran through his body. Communication lines in Eastern Europe are compromised. Ana has not been located. We are continuing the search. With frozen fingers, David put his phone back and rested his head in his hands. The world was falling apart around him, and the one person who really mattered seemed to be disappearing with it. Chapter 2. Dawn of Chaos. The cold morning air wafted into the military bunker on the outskirts of Kiev. The darkness inside was broken only by a few monitors emitting a faint light as soldiers monitored the activity outside. Alarms were on standby, ready to go off at the first sign of attack. David Kovac was leaning against the concrete wall, staring blankly. The message about Ana had been haunting his mind for hours. He had hardly slept at all, thinking about what this might mean. The broken communication, her disappearance, all seemed to lead to a clear conclusion: Eastern Europe had become the epicenter of a chaos that no one could control. He ran his hand through his hair, trying to shake off the tiredness that had gripped his body. He knew he couldn't stay away. He had to go there, find her, do something. But he also knew that without a plan, things could escalate quickly. The bunker door suddenly opened, and a Ukrainian colonel walked in, looking directly at David. Mr. Kovac, the colonel said in a low tone. We've received fresh news from the region. The situation is much worse than we imagined. David lifted his head and frowned. Worse? What happened now? The colonel came closer, glancing quickly at the soldiers monitoring the screens. There have been reports of massive unauthorized troop movements in several areas of Eastern Europe, including the regions where Ana was last. The colonel's words hit him like a punch in the stomach. Unauthorized troop movements? Every cell in his body was screaming that he had to do something. What kind of troops? David asked, trying to keep his composure even though he could feel the tension in his body rising. Armed groups of mercenaries, the colonel answered quietly. We don't yet know who is paying them, but they are operating under the radar of any official authority. Rumors are that they are preparing a major attack on the region. The situation is critical. And what is the Ukrainian government doing about it? David asked, more to buy time to think. The colonel tilted his head slightly to one side. We are trying to mobilize, but we are facing a lack of resources and international support. Western Europe is too busy with its own economic problems, and America, well, we all know their help is late. David moved away from the wall and approached the digital map of Eastern Europe flickering on one of the screens. This will not remain just a regional problem, he said quietly. If things get out of hand here, the entire continent will be thrown into chaos. No one will escape. The colonel nodded, but it was clear that his hope was limited. We do our duty, Mr. Kovac. But without international support, we will soon be outmatched. If these armed groups succeed in occupying strategic regions, the situation will spiral out of control. David felt anger begin to bubble up inside him. Every minute that passed gave him the feeling that he was losing Ana for good. I have to go there, he said suddenly. There? Asked the colonel, raising an eyebrow. This is not a safe place, Mr. Kovac. Why would you do that? David rested his hands on the table, staring at him. Because Ana is there. If I don't go, no one will find her. The colonel looked down for a moment, then sighed. I understand. But it won't be easy. We could arrange to give you access to certain regions, but you will have to go unnoticed. The area is full of patrols and mercenaries who do not differentiate between civilians and military. David clenched his jaw in determination. I don't care how dangerous she is. I have to find her. For the next few hours, David prepared his equipment with military precision. His thoughts were completely focused on Ana and what he would find once he got there. The region was already awash in chaos, and he had no illusions that things would get any better. With the help of trusted contacts, he infiltrates Eastern Europe undercover. The area was ravaged by local conflicts, mercenary patrols, and a complete lack of order. From time to time, he saw military convoys rushing past on destroyed roads. And villages seemed abandoned. As he made his way towards the town where Ana had last been seen, he could feel the tension building around him. Every corner seemed to hide a threat, and every hour without news from Ana was another step towards despair. Tension rises, and David begins to take drastic measures to find Ana. We added action and suspense, introducing new characters and situations that will deepen the global and personal conflict. This chapter shows us the beginnings of chaos in Eastern Europe and the local struggles that complicate everything. The old truck in which David was traveling shuddered on the bumpy road, the vibrations running deep into his bones. His eyes were fixed on the dirty window, trying to discern what was happening beyond the thick clouds of dust that enveloped the road. At any moment, he expected an ambush, a security check, or worse, an attack. Although the driver, a quiet local, hadn't said anything since they left, David could sense that he was just as tense. The villages they passed seemed deserted, and many buildings were partially destroyed. For hours, all he had seen was ruin and abandonment. No one had the courage to stay here. Mercenary groups and unofficial patrols were running amok, and the government no longer had any influence in these territories. How long until we get to town? David asks, not looking away from the window. Not much, the driver replied in Ukrainian, his voice low. But the area is dangerous. We have to move fast. Once you get there, you'll have to fend for yourself. David nodded, trying to contain his frustration. He knew this road was dangerous, but what awaited him at his destination was much worse. The thought that Ana might be caught in the middle of this disaster gave her chills. In his mind, the question, "Where are you?" it had become an obsessive refrain. In the distance, he saw the first ruins of the city. The town had once been a small European gem, with cobbled streets and well-preserved old buildings. Now, however, he was almost unrecognizable. The walls of the buildings were cracked and many of them had collapsed. Here and there, an abandoned billboard, covered in dust and debris, gave the place a strange air. "This is the last stop," said the driver, suddenly slowing and pulling to the right. David got up from his chair and prepared his backpack. Getting out of the car, he looked around. The air was thick and seemed to taste metallic, and the silence was unsettling. "Thank you," he said to the driver as he started his truck again, disappearing into the destroyed landscape. David knew that from now on he was on his own. The city was deserted. The streets that had once been bustling were now empty. Only the echo of his footsteps echoed between the ruined buildings. He advanced cautiously, his eyes scanning every corner, every shadow. His heart was pounding in his chest. Each step brought him closer to the truth, but also to danger. "Ana," he whispered, as if his thoughts could bring him any news about her. Suddenly, he heard a noise in the distance. He stopped suddenly and looked in the direction of the sound. Steps. Someone was approaching. He quickly crouched next to an abandoned car, drawing his weapon and preparing for any eventuality. In the stillness of the city, the sounds of footsteps were unusually clear. A figure was slowly approaching him, and David felt his breathing quicken. It was too late to turn back. When the figure got close enough, David quickly came out of hiding, aiming his gun at the unknown. "Wait," he shouted. "Don't move." The figure immediately stopped, raising its hands. David realized that it was a young man, probably in his early 20s, with shabby clothes and a dirty face. The young man's eyes were filled with fear. "Don't shoot," he said in English with a hard-to-identify accent. "I'm just a civilian. I'm looking for help." David slowly lowered the gun, but remained cautious. "What are you doing here? The city is deserted. There is no one to help you." The young man looked around nervously, as if he was afraid that something or someone might be following him. I was trapped here, he said with a trembling voice. The mercenaries occupied the city a few days ago. People fled or were taken prisoner. I managed to hide, but I can't stay here for long. If I get caught. David gritted his teeth. This was the confirmation he needed. The mercenaries were already in town, and the chances of finding Ana were diminishing rapidly. He had to move fast. Have you seen any woman, a diplomat? He asked, hoping to get some information. The young man shook his head. No, I haven't seen anyone for days. I heard the mercenaries took some hostages. They keep them in a building on the outskirts of town. The young man's words made David tense all his senses. Hostages? If Ana was among them. He had to check. Where is this building? He asked in a determined tone. The young man pointed in the north direction. There, at the old factory. But it's dangerous. There are a lot of armed people. David stared at him. I have no choice. Wasting no more time. He headed in the indicated direction, while the young man quickly disappeared through the ruins, seeking to save himself. David moved quickly through the ruins of the city, heading for the old factory on the northern edge. His thoughts were focused on only one thing, Ana. If the young man's information was correct, she might be among the mercenary prisoners. Every step he took brought him closer to the moment of truth, but also to a possible imminent danger. As he approached the factory, the area seemed even more deserted than the rest of the city. The buildings were completely destroyed, as if they had been bombed multiple times. A heavy smell of dust and burnt metal hung in the air. The sound of his footsteps was the only source of noise in that desolate wasteland. In the distance, he saw the factory, a massive building with blackened walls and broken windows. It was obvious that it had been abandoned for a long time. But now, with the presence of the mercenaries, it seemed to have been transformed into a strategic point. Several armored cars were parked around the building, and two armed figures stood guard at the main entrance. David slowed his steps, kneeling behind a pile of rubble to assess the situation. The number of mercenaries was unknown, but there were certainly more inside. He couldn't go in head-on, he knew that. If Ana was there, he couldn't risk exposing her even more. His gaze drifted to the side of the plant. An inconspicuous service door was ajar. Maybe this is my chance, he thought, feeling the adrenaline coursing through his veins. With quick, silent movements, David crept toward that door. Every second counted. He controlled his breathing, advancing with utmost caution. When he reached the door, he gave it a gentle tug, managing to open it without making a sound. The inside of the factory was dark and cold, with the heavy smell of abandoned places. David pulled his small flashlight from his backpack and turned it on to the minimum intensity, just enough to see his way through the rusted equipment and derelict production lines. The dull sound of voices coming from somewhere inside the building caught his attention. He could feel his heart beating faster. He moved carefully, taking care to avoid any unexpected traps or patrols. The sounds of the voices were becoming clearer. Then he reached an open section of the plant where he could see more clearly. A group of about 5 mercenaries were gathered around a metal table, chatting heatedly. There were no visible prisoners, but David could sense that they were somewhere close. He hid in the shadow of a column and tried to hear more clearly what they were saying. They're all in the basement, one of the mercenaries said as he slapped the table. The order is clear. Nobody gets out of here alive unless we get confirmation. What do we do with the woman? Another mercenary asked, raising an eyebrow. The one with the diplomatic passport? David held his breath. He knew they were talking about Ana. We're holding her down for now, replied the mercenary who seemed to be the leader of the group. It could be useful for negotiations. But if we don't get the answer from above, you know what we have to do. David could feel his pulse quickening. It was clear that Ana was still alive, but the situation was extremely precarious. Any wrong move could lead to her and the other prisoners' deaths. His gaze drifted to the door that led to the basement. It was closed with a metal bar, but it didn't seem difficult to open. The problem was how to get there without being noticed. The mercenaries seemed relaxed, but he knew that could change at any moment. With few options, David makes a quick decision. He adjusted his position, checked his weapon, and prepared to act. His plan was risky, but it was his only chance. With a quick movement, he threw a small rock to the opposite side of the room, making a loud enough noise to attract the attention of the mercenaries. Immediately, all 5 turned towards the direction the noise had come from. "What was that?" said one of them, standing up. At that moment, David quickly sneaked towards the basement door, taking advantage of the confusion. He reached the door, used his strength to lift the metal bar, and managed to open it slowly. Feeling that every second counted, he slipped inside the stairwell leading to the basement and began to descend. The basement was even darker and damp, with the faint echoes of water drops falling from the old pipes. When he reached the bottom, a heavy iron door blocked the way. He stopped and tried to listen. From beyond the door, he heard faint moans and a few muffled voices. The prisoners. Carefully, he opened the door just enough to take a look. The dim light of a single lamp revealed several people bound by their hands, their faces full of fatigue and fear. Among them, in the corner of the room, he saw a familiar figure. "Ana," he whispered, amazed to see her alive. He slipped into the room and approached her, feeling his heart jump with hope. She had her head down, but when she heard footsteps, she looked up and their eyes met. She was weak, but when she recognized him, a light of hope appeared on her face. "David," she murmured, unable to believe he was there. "I'm here," he said, walking over and kneeling beside her. "I'm going to get you out of here. I promise." David approached Ana, kneeling next to her. His hands were shaking slightly as he tried to free the bonds from her wrists. He could still feel the tension of the situation. They were not safe, and the mercenaries could discover his absence at any time. "I can't believe you're here," Ana said in a hushed but grateful voice. Her face was pale and tired, and her eyes betrayed the torments she had endured during her captivity. "I didn't think I'd find you either," David replied, finally managing to untie her hands. "But there is no time. We have to get out of here. Are you able to walk?" Ana tried to stand up, but wobbled slightly, weakened by the days she had been held captive. David supported her with an arm, helping her regain her balance. "I'll be fine," she said, forcing a smile. "Let's just get out of this place." David looked around at the other prisoners, who, although exhausted, seemed to regain hope when they saw that Ana had been released. "We can't leave them here," she said, glancing at them. "I know," David replied. "We'll find a way to get them all out, but we have to be quick. The mercenaries will soon discover that we are missing." Ana walks up to the other prisoners and in a low voice urges them to get ready to go out. Every one of them was scared and weak, but no one wanted to stay another minute in that room. David checked the door he had entered, making sure the mercs hadn't come down yet. Everything was quiet, but he knew that this quiet would not last long. "We have only one way out," he whispered. "We have to be discreet, but ready for anything." As the prisoners rose one by one, David and Ana directed them to the door. He took the weapon in his hands, ready to react if anything was out of the ordinary. The tension was palpable, and every noise seemed amplified to them. They stepped out of the detention room and slowly made their way to the stairs leading to the factory floor. They made their way carefully, but when they reached the door, David heard something that made him stop abruptly, shuffling footsteps and agitated voices. "They found me missing," he whispered, turning to Ana. "What do we do now?" she asked, trying to control her fear. David clenched his jaw and looked towards the side exit he had come from. "We will leave where we entered. It's our only chance." Without a second thought, he began to guide the group towards that door, knowing that time was against them. But just as they neared the exit, a loud noise rang out from behind them. The main basement door had been forced open, and the mercenaries' voices were getting louder. "Quick!" David shouted, pushing them all towards the exit. In an instant, everything became chaotic. The mercenaries rushed into the basement and gunfire rang out. David dropped to the ground, firing a few shots at the enemy as well. The prisoners scattered in panic, but Ana stayed close to him, leaning against the wall to keep from falling. "Go," he shouted, pushing her towards the exit. David continues to fire, covering the retreat of the group. The mercenaries were advancing, but not organized enough to surround him. They still had a chance. As the last prisoner exited the door, David stood up and exited as well, pulling the door behind him. He stopped only for a moment to take a deep breath, and then took Ana's hand, hurrying to where he knew there were safer routes. Ana was breathing heavily, but she kept up her pace. He knew that any stop would have cost him his life. "We're close," David said, encouraging her. "Just a little more and we're out." With the last shred of energy, they managed to reach a more secluded area of the plant, safe from the eyes of the mercenaries. David quickly checked the area to make sure they were safe. "It's done for now," he said, sitting down against a wall. Completely exhausted, Ana sat down next to him, trying to catch her breath. "David, I don't know how to thank you," she said, looking at him with grateful eyes. "No need to thank," he replied, breathing heavily. "We just have to escape with our lives." They looked at each other in silence, aware that the danger was not completely gone. But for the first time in a long time, they felt a glimmer of hope. Chapter 3. Shadow War. The dim morning light barely penetrated through the ruins of the devastated city. David and Ana had taken shelter in an abandoned building, an abandoned former factory that had offered them, for the moment, a respite from their pursuers. David was leaning against the wall, his eyes constantly scanning his surroundings through the broken window. Ana, sitting on the cold floor, held her arms around her knees, trying to control her trembling. Although she had been released, the burden of captivity still weighed heavily on her. The time spent in the basement of the factory had weakened her. And every movement was a struggle to regain her energy. "I can't believe you came after me," she finally said, her voice hushed but full of emotion. David looked away from the window and looked directly at her. "How can I not come? Ana, I couldn't have lived with myself knowing that I left you there. Not even for a second did I think about giving up." She rested her head on her knees and was silent for a few moments. "When I was captured, I thought there was no chance. I had no hope that anyone would come after me. But, you're back. I would always come back for you," David replied softly but firmly. The silence that followed between them was full of unspoken meanings. In those quiet moments, the war going on around them seemed a world away, and between the two of them there was only a deep, fragile, but unbreakable connection. But the reality could not be ignored for long. David knew the mercenaries were still looking for them. They didn't have much time. "We have to move soon," he said suddenly, breaking the silence. "We can't stay here. They will find us." Ana nodded, although she was visibly exhausted. "But where shall we go?" she asked. "Everything around us is destroyed. There is no safe place anymore." David ran a hand through his hair, trying to sort out his thoughts. "I have some contacts on the outskirts of town, people who might help us get out of the area. It's not safe, but it's our only option. If we can get there without getting caught, we might have a chance to escape this hell." Ana slowly rose to her feet, leaning against the wall to keep her balance. "Then let's go. I can't stay here anymore knowing they're after us." David gave her a careful look, checking that she was strong enough to continue. "Are you sure you can go?" "I have no choice," she replied with a determination he had always admired in her. They packed their backpacks and walked silently out of the abandoned building. The streets were empty, but an air of tension hovered all around them. David felt that danger was omnipresent. And every move had to be calculated. They walked quickly but cautiously, using the ruins of the buildings as cover. There were no cars, no people. The once bustling city had become a silent graveyard. "David," Ana whispered after a few minutes of walking. "If we manage to get out of here, what will happen after that?" David looked at her briefly, trying to control his own emotions. Her question was one he had thought about for a long time. What was next after the war spread everywhere? After there was nothing left to protect? "I don't know," he answered honestly. "All we can do now is focus on survival. The war will not stop soon. We don't even know if there are any safe places left in the world. But, as long as we're together, we can find a way through this." Ana said nothing for a few moments, but finally she squeezed his arm gently, as if to convey that she trusted him. As they neared the outskirts of town, the faint sound of an engine brought them both to a halt. David peeked around the corner of a ruined building and saw a convoy of armored cars speeding down a side street. "Patrol," he murmured. "I'm everywhere. What are we doing?" Ana asked, her voice reflecting growing uneasiness. David clenched his jaw and looked around for a way out. "We'll have to wait for them to pass," he said, guiding her to a safer area where they couldn't be seen. Slowly they settled behind a pile of rubble and waited as the sound of the engines grew louder. They both felt that the next few meters separated them from safety or danger. After the convoy of armored cars passed, leaving behind an eerie silence, David whispered, "Now's our chance. Let's go." They quickly got up and crept through the ruins, heading for the edge of town. David's contacts were close, but the danger was growing palpable. David and Ana moved cautiously through the ruins on the outskirts of the city, keeping as far as possible from the mercenary patrols. Although the danger around them was obvious, there was another, more pressing thought in David's mind. The war the world was experiencing was not just in gunfire and ruined buildings. It was not just about direct fighting between soldiers and armed groups. The real war was much more subtle, much more insidious. "Ana," he whispered as he ducked under a collapsed section of a building, "this war is already much bigger than we imagined. It's not just about fighting on the battlefields. It's an invisible war, but felt all over the world." Ana looked at him, understanding that David wasn't just talking about what they saw in front of them. "What exactly do you mean?" she asked, trying to focus on the road ahead as well. David sighed and stopped for a moment, hiding behind a ruined wall. "I've noticed this since before things escalated here. It all started with manipulation of economic markets, deliberately created crises, mutual sanctions between nations. On the surface, everyone thought it was just normal economic tension, but in reality, it was just the prelude to a much bigger conflict." Ana leaned her back against the wall, feeling the weight of his words. Not everyone saw it. Many still do not see. Outside these conflict zones, war seems invisible. But the reality is that the whole world is suffering, whether people are aware of it or not. "Exactly," David said, shaking his head. "Only instead of bombs falling from the sky or soldiers occupying cities, modern warfare is fought by other means. Economic systems are manipulated, states are destabilized from within. Regional conflicts are fueled by corporations and powers pursuing their own interests. Ordinary people pay the price too," Ana added, bitterness evident in her voice. David looked at her, reflecting on how true this was. Millions of people were caught in the middle of these invisible conflicts, economic crises, lack of basic resources, hunger, and despair. They were being driven into chaos without understanding who was actually pulling the strings. Here in Eastern Europe, I have seen firsthand what it means to be caught up in this war. It all seems like it's just a fight between armies and armed groups. But the truth is much darker, continues David. Mercenaries are paid to cause mayhem. But behind them, there are greater powers that manipulate them. Entire nations are being held hostage not by military occupation but by economic control, by false information and disinformation. Ana sighed and looked down for a moment, then looked back at David. "When I started working as a diplomat, I believed that peace could be negotiated. That people are able to unite for a common goal, to prevent war. But now you see that war no longer looks like it used to," David added. "Open fighting is only a small part of what's going on. The real war is going on in the shadows. It is a psychological, informational, economic war. And it is carried all over the world without even being officially declared. However, even if we don't see explosions everywhere, we feel the consequences," Ana said. "The huge food prices, the collapse of economies, the massive migrations of people fleeing conflict or poverty. All these are the results of this invisible war." David sighed again, looking off into the distance. "That's right. And the truth is, at this point, we can't back down. We are caught in the middle of a global conflict that can no longer be avoided. The world is in a state of war, even if many refuse to see it." Ana nodded, feeling the weight of the situation becoming more and more overwhelming. Although they were physically far from most nations, he knew that this war was being waged on multiple fronts and was affecting every corner of the world. "But we can't give up," David said, breaking the silence that had settled between them. "Even if everything seems to be falling apart, we have to find a way to survive. We have to be smarter, to see beyond the obvious." Ana looked at him, recognizing in him that spirit that had always attracted her. His determination, his ability to see beyond the immediate chaos and seek solutions, was the only thing that gave him confidence at that moment. "You're right," she replied firmly. "We cannot afford to give up. If there is a way out of this chaos, we must find it." David smiled slightly, a rarity in the midst of their situation. "We will find a way." Together, they both got up and prepared to continue on their way. David's contacts were waiting for them, and that could give them a small shred of security in a world where war, though invisible to some, was destroying everything. Arriving at the edge of town, David and Ana saw an abandoned farm in the distance, surrounded by land ravaged by past battles. It was where David had arranged to meet one of his contacts. "Over there," David said, pointing to the farm. "If we can get there, we'll have a chance." Ana looked in the indicated direction and nodded. He knew the dangers were everywhere, but they had no choice. The road ahead was their only option. As they approached the farm, David and Ana could feel the tension around them becoming more palpable. Every step they took on the dry, debris-filled ground was a reminder of the chaos that had taken over the region. The war, though not directly waged at that moment in the surrounding streets, was present in the air, in the deafening silence of the place, and in the restlessness that accompanied it. "We're close," David said, glancing briefly over his shoulder to see if they were being followed. His contacts should have been there, ready to help them escape. But at such times, trust was a rare commodity. The farm looked abandoned, with cracked walls and the roof collapsed in places. The surrounding lands were haunted by silence and desolation, a stark contrast to the life that must have once been there. Although there were no obvious signs of immediate danger, David was on guard. Ana approached him, taking a deep breath. It was clear that the long journey, combined with the days of captivity, had sapped his energy. "Do you think I'm still here?" she asked in a low voice, her uneasiness evident. "It should be," David replied. "But we can't just rely on guesswork. Stay close and be ready for anything." Walking slowly towards the main building of the farm, David could feel his heart beating faster and faster. Although he was a professional used to crisis situations, nothing seemed normal in this war. Everything seemed uncertain, every calculated move could lead to a fatal outcome. As they approached the entrance, they heard a faint noise coming from inside the building. David stopped suddenly, raising his hand as a sign for Ana to stop. "Someone's in," he said softly. Ana pressed herself against the wall, looking at him with wide, strained eyes. "Maybe it's them," she whispered, trying to temper her fear. David slid his hand past his coat, making sure the weapon was within reach. He slowly stepped in the direction of the noise, opening the old wooden door with a calculated movement. The creaking of the door was the only sound that filled the air, followed by an oppressive silence. Inside, at an old, weathered wooden table, two men sat in silence, one of them playing with a box of matches. David scanned them quickly worn military clothes. Tired but alert faces. The men looked up simultaneously, and one of them immediately clenched his jaw when he saw him. "Kovac," said the man on the left, his voice cool but surprised. "You've arrived." David relaxed his posture slightly, but not completely. "Yes, it seems so. Are you my contact, Ivan?" "I am," the man replied, bowing his head slightly. "You also brought Ana. We expected that. But you have to understand that things have changed here." "What do you mean by that?" David asked, a shiver of uneasiness running through him. In the world they lived in now, any sign of betrayal or change of plans could mean death. Ivan glanced quickly at the other man, then slowly rose from the table. "The situation is much more complicated than we expected. The war has reached the point where no one can trust anyone anymore. Even the alliances of yesterday are no longer valid today." "So what do you mean?" David insisted, keeping his tone calm but his hand still on his gun. "There's no safe plan to get out of the country anymore," Ivan said with a shrug. "The truth is that no one really controls this area anymore. Each group, each small faction pursues its own interest. If you hope to get out of here safely, you'll have to find a way out on your own. And fast." David gritted his teeth, but he wasn't surprised. In the chaos of modern warfare, plans change by the hour. No one was safe, regardless of alliances. "And what do you propose?" he asked, not hiding his frustration. Ivan looked him in the eye, then answered calmly. "There is a convoy that will leave tomorrow morning for a safer area. It's risky, but it's the best option you have. If you want to get out of the conflict zone, now is the time." David glanced briefly at Ana, who was standing at the door, trying to hide her fear. "We'll take the convoy," he said finally. "But I want reassurances that we won't wake up in the middle of another ambush." How much insurance can you have in wartime? Ivan replied, raising an eyebrow. David sighed but knew they had no choice. Okay, he said finally. We will take the convoy. But if things go wrong, you too will be the first to pay. Ivan smiled faintly. We will do everything we can to be good. But we have all learned that this war is not played by the rules. That night, David and Ana had remained hidden in a small room at the abandoned farm, waiting for the convoy to leave. They were both tired, but sleep would not come. The tension was too great, and the dangers around them too many. David, Ana whispered, lying on the cold floor, if we get out of here, do you think the war will ever end? David sat with his eyes fixed on the small window, watching the shadows dance in the night. I don't know, he answered honestly. Perhaps this war will not have a clear end. Perhaps it will continue in another form, invisible to some but present to others. What I can tell you is that we have to survive. And if we do that, maybe we'll find a way to make a change, even in a world like this. Ana nodded slowly, but said nothing more. At that moment, survival seemed the only way. Night had settled heavily over the farm, and David and Ana, though they tried to rest, could not escape the tension that oppressed their minds. Their world had already been irreversibly changed by the invisible war, but it was impossible to ignore the fact that Ukraine, once a bastion of stability in the region, had become the epicenter of a conflict that reverberated around the world. David knew that what was happening in Ukraine was much more than a regional war. It was a symbol of the collapse of the international order. From the initial invasion of the eastern territories to the bombings that devastated Ukrainian cities, the entire region had been caught up in a struggle that transcended national borders. Ukraine had become the battleground for global powers. David, Ana said in a low murmur, even though she knew he was awake. Do you think the war in Ukraine was just the beginning? He turned slightly towards her, looking at her in the darkness. Yes, everything we see now has its roots there. Ukraine was the first alarm signal, the first major collapse of the international order. Ana sighed deeply. All countries showed their true intentions there. It wasn't just about territory, it was about who controlled what and for how long. And now nobody controls anything. Exactly, David replied, trying to gather his thoughts. When the war in Ukraine started, it was clear that it would not remain just a local problem. Everyone saw what followed. Sanctions that ruined economies, refugees in the millions fleeing the devastation, and then the escalation from the shadows, through mercenaries and irregular armed groups. What we see now is just the natural outcome of that conflict. Ukraine was just the beginning of a falling domino, one that brought us all to the brink of global war. Ana stood up slightly, leaning against the wall. Her face was drawn and the fatigue in her eyes was obvious. And we are caught up in this chaos, like so many others. I wonder, how many others have gone through what we are going through now? Homeless, running from one place to another, not knowing if there will be a tomorrow. David looked out the window into the dark night. There are millions. People caught between the decisions of the great powers, who lose their families, their homes, their lives. Ukraine has shown the world that wars are no longer won with conventional weapons, but by destroying economies, by manipulating information, by forcing masses of people to flee for fear of bombs. And what we're seeing now, it's just an extension of that disaster. Ana closed her eyes for a moment, feeling a wave of emotional exhaustion. I know we have to fight, but sometimes I wonder if there's any way out. There's always a way out, David said with a determination that betrayed all his doubts. But sometimes the way out is not so clear. And sometimes we have to build it ourselves, step by step. Ana looked at him for a long time, trying to find in his eyes the same determination that had convinced her so many times not to give up. But before they could say anything, the sound of an approaching car suddenly took their breath away. I'm coming, David whispered, suddenly standing up and grabbing his gun. He approached the window and saw 2 cars speeding towards the farm. The convoy. They moved faster than I anticipated. Ana quickly stood up and put her backpack on her shoulder. You think we're safe? David didn't answer immediately, analyzing the movements outside. I don't know, he finally said. But we have no other choice. In a few moments, the cars stopped in front of the farm. Their headlights brightly illuminated the darkness of the night, and the back doors opened quickly. Ivan and David's other contact got out of the vehicle, motioning for them to hurry. "It's time," Ivan said curtly. "Leave now or you won't get another chance." David and Ana quickly left the building and headed for their cars. As they approached, David stared at Ivan. "Are you sure the road is safe?" "Of course there's nothing in war," Ivan replied, shrugging. "But it's the best way out of this area. If you don't leave now, the risk of being caught by mercenary patrols increases exponentially." Wasting no more time, David helps Ana into the back of one of the cars, then climbs in as well. The engine revved fast and the cars sped off, leaving behind the ruins of the farm and a world that seemed to be falling apart every moment. "How far out are we going?" Ana asked, looking at Ivan through the rearview mirror. "To an area in the north. Close to the border," Ivan answered. "I have some contacts there who should offer us temporary shelter. From there, we can see what the future holds." David rested his head against the back of his chair and closed his eyes for a moment. His thoughts were filled with everything they had experienced in the last few days: Ana's captivity, their escape, and the grim reality of war. Ukraine was only the beginning of a chain of events that seemed to have no end. "Everything begins and ends with power," David said quietly, as if speaking more for himself. "The power to control resources, people, information. And we, the ones caught in the middle of this conflict, are just the victims of that game. But we will survive. We have to survive." Ana looked at him in silence. That night the war was invisible, but its reality was felt everywhere. And while they didn't know where their next path would lead them, they knew their fight was far from over. Chapter 4. Fight for Survival. The convoy was advancing through the deserted roads of northern Ukraine, leaving behind the devastated areas and moving ever closer to the borders where the danger should have been less. The night was cold and the silence was disturbed only by the roaring engine of the car in which David and Ana were. Except for the dim lights on board, darkness engulfed everything. "It's too quiet," David said quietly, not looking up. He had crossed his arms over his chest and his hands were tense. Even though he wasn't holding any weapons at the moment. Ana, sitting next to him, felt the same tension. Although it looked like they were moving away from the critical zone, in reality, they both knew that the war was never really over. It changed shape, it hid, but it was always there, lurking. "How long until the rendezvous point?" she asked, looking in the direction of Ivan, who was driving the vehicle in front. "An hour, 2 at the most," Ivan answered, not taking his eyes off the road. "But you have to be prepared. Here, at the border, things are more unpredictable." David raised an eyebrow, not looking at Ivan. "Unpredictable? What does that mean?" Ivan sighed, hesitating for a moment. "Nothing is certain here anymore. Once we get close to the border, there will be military checkpoints, mercenaries operating on their own, and desperate people who will do anything to get out of the area. We cannot guarantee that our road will be smooth." Ana pursed her lips, feeling that familiar fear again. "David," she whispered, staring blankly. "I don't want them to catch us at the border. That would be the end for us." David squeezed her hand gently, a simple gesture of reassurance. "They won't catch us. We'll find a way through." The sun was beginning to rise above the horizon, coloring the sky in shades of orange and purple. In the dim morning light, the devastated landscape became clearer. Abandoned buildings, the remains of destroyed vehicles, and signs of battles that had taken place a short time ago could be seen on the side of the road. Ana looked out the window, trying not to be overwhelmed by everything she saw. "It's hard to believe these places were once alive," she said in a low voice. "That's the war," David replied, looking up at the sky. "They leave nothing behind, just ruins and people trying to survive." As the cars moved forward, a faint rumble of engines in the distance caught David's attention. He sat up in his chair, trying to see where it was coming from. "Ivan, do you hear that?" he asked, his gaze fixed on his face. Ivan looked in the rearview mirror and nodded. "Yes, a helicopter, probably a military convoy. We have to move faster." Without another word, the cars sped down the broken roads. The helicopter was getting closer and the noise of its engines was getting louder. David could feel the adrenaline coursing through his veins, bracing himself for any eventuality. "I don't like this at all," Ana said, looking around uneasily. "Me neither," replied David. "Stay down and be ready. If something goes wrong, we have to get out of the car quickly." Within minutes, the noise of the helicopter was so loud that it was impossible to speak. When David looked up, he saw the silhouette of the military vehicle flying over the area, making slow circles in the air. Ivan gripped the steering wheel, trying to keep the vehicle stable. "They are not ours," he said harshly. "There are mercenary patrols trying to capture people at the border. We have to hide until he leaves." Without hesitation, Ivan pulled the steering wheel and swerved sharply to the left, heading for a dense forest that stretched to the side of the road. "Hold on," he shouted, and the car bounced over the bumps in the rough terrain. David and Ana clung to the door handle as the vehicle shook from every joint. As they reached the forest canopy, the sound of the helicopter began to fade slightly. They were flying above them, but the dense trees seemed to provide enough protection to hide their position. "How bad is it?" Ana asked, trying to control her breathing. "If they haven't seen us now, we have a chance to escape," David replied, quickly checking the area through the open window. "But we must stay in the forest for a while until he leaves." Ivan slowed down and stopped the car at the edge of a small clearing. They all descended quickly, and the dull sound of the helicopter could now be heard from somewhere in the distance. "They passed us," Ivan said, taking a deep breath. "But it's only a matter of time before I come back. We have to move fast." David looked over at Ana, who was visibly exhausted but still struggling to keep her composure. "We'll move quickly," he said, trying to reassure her. "We don't have long to the border." Quickly grabbing their things, the group continues to move through the forest on foot, leaving the cars behind to avoid attracting attention. The road was difficult, but each step they took brought them closer to what they hoped would be a safer place. In the middle of the forest, they stopped for a few moments to get their bearings. David took an old map out of his backpack and bent over it. "We are only a few kilometers from the border," he said, "but that means we have to be even more careful. Patrols will be more frequent here." Ana sat down on a piece of stone and rested her head in her hands. "I can't believe I'm here," she murmured. "Everyone is running, everyone is fighting for survival. It's like there are no safe places anymore." "I'm not," David replied quietly. "The war caught us all in the middle. Even if you don't see explosions or soldiers on the street, war is here, in the air, in every decision we make. But we have to move forward." As David and Ana continued on their way through the forest, trying to reach the border, their thoughts were dominated by the harsh reality of the world in which they lived. It was clear that the world was no longer the same, and that the war that seemed invisible to some had become an oppressive burden to those caught in the midst of the chaos. Ana stopped for a moment, exhausted, and leaned against a tree, breathing hard. "I can't believe how everything changed so quickly," she said, her voice shaking slightly. "It all started with Ukraine, but now, the whole world is collapsing." David, taking a few steps forward, turned and looked at her. "Yes, and yet no one is talking openly about how close we are to total collapse. Behind the scenes, it's all about power and money. Putin pulled the trigger, but all global leaders were involved in this game. The war in Ukraine was only the prelude to a global economic collapse. The economic sanctions, the inflation, all of these have brought us to the point where ordinary people are paying the price." Ana nodded, but her expression was full of bitterness. "Food prices, fuel that went up overnight. All these people who are losing their homes because their savings are worth nothing. It's not just a war on the front, it's a war going on in every house, on every empty table." David looked around, listening for a moment to the silence of the forest. "This inflation is just a hidden weapon. The world is now struggling with rising prices due to sanctions and market manipulation. And yet, no one is talking about how close we are to a total collapse of the global economic system. Banks raise their rates, governments borrow excessively, and eventually everyone who is not part of the elite pays." Ana approached him, and for a moment they looked at each other in silence. "Everything we see now," she said softly, "is a consequence of the desire for power. Putin wanted to expand his influence, but it set off a domino effect that affects us all. And not only him, all global leaders, whether they admit it or not, have played a role in this. Now we're just seeing the beginning. And the worst part," added David, "is that while we're trying to survive a physical war, there's a much bigger threat that's developing right before our eyes, but that no one really sees. AI, artificial intelligence, is evolving at a pace that no one can control. While we fight on battlefields and suffer from inflation, AI is poised to become the new weapon of the future. Ana looked at him confused for a moment. You mean AI? How could that be a bigger problem than the war we're in right now? David sighed and sat down on a fallen log. Think about it. Artificial intelligence already controls financial systems, global surveillance, even weapons. AI is no longer just a program, it is a tool that decides who gets resources and who doesn't. If it gets out of control, it will become the greatest danger humanity has ever known. An AI that evolves beyond human control can spark conflict, destroy economies, and ultimately decide who lives and who dies. Ana looked away, understanding for the first time the magnitude of this threat. Do you think AI could become that dangerous? Yes, David answered firmly. And the problem is, no one is talking about it. The leaders are too busy with their political and economic games. No one is wondering what will happen when the machines make the decisions. And I'm not just talking about war machines. I'm talking about AI-controlled financial systems that can destroy the entire economic world in seconds. If the AI gets out of control, we will be truly lost. Ana looked up at the sky as the first rays of the sun illuminated the forest in a strange way. So even if we get out of this war, is there something bigger waiting for us? Exactly, David replied, standing up again. And no one is prepared for that. AI, inflation, global economic collapse, all of these things are pushing us towards a future where chaos will rule. And if we can't see what's really going on, we're going to fall apart. People will suffer, resources will become scarcer, and decisions will be made by those in power, be they humans or machines. At that moment, the faint sound of voices coming from the distance snapped them out of their thoughts. Ana suddenly stood up, and David tensed his senses. They're coming for us, Ana whispered, her gaze searching for a way out. Probably the mercenary patrols, David said, glancing around quickly. We have to move. We don't have time to sit around. With quick and silent steps, they left the place and crept through the trees, going deeper and deeper into the forest. With each step, the tension increased. David knew that the danger wasn't just what they saw now, the threat was much bigger and much more subtle. And if AI began to play a more active role in warfare, the world would change forever. David and Ana made their way through the forest, feeling the danger coming closer by the minute. The tension was building, but their thoughts were dominated by much more than the patrols following them. It was clear that somewhere behind these conflicts, far more powerful forces were pulling the strings, and David knew that these forces had names: Putin and the President of China. As they moved silently through the trees, David stopped for a moment, listening to the sounds of the forest. We have to go in the opposite direction from where we heard the voices. We have time, but not much, he said softly. Ana slung her backpack over her shoulder and quickly followed. David, she said in a low voice. Do you ever wonder how we got here? How did leaders like Putin and the Chinese president manage to destabilize the entire world? And most of all, how come no one did anything to stop them in time? David looked at her for a moment, then looked ahead. I saw this coming for a long time, he said, his voice grave. Putin has always been a master of the power game, manipulating everything from the shadows. Ukraine was just a piece on his chessboard. Everything that happened there was just the beginning of a bigger plan. A plan aimed at destabilizing Europe and the world order. Ana sighed, trying to contain her frustration. What about the president of China? How did he become part of this chaos? I thought that China would stand aside, that it would try to remain neutral. David shook his head. Nothing was ever neutral. China has played an important role in the shadows, aligning itself strategically with Russia. While we focused on sanctions and economic wars, China began to expand its influence in key areas of Asia and Africa. Together with Putin, they orchestrated a global economic collapse. What we see now, inflation, lack of resources, the collapse of national economies, are all pieces of their game. Ana looked at him with concern. Do you think it was all planned from the beginning? David stopped and turned to her. Yes. Putin knew that the war in Ukraine would destabilize Europe, but his goal was always bigger. He knew that Western sanctions would hurt Russia, but his plan was to ally with China and create a new world order. A world where economic and political power is concentrated in their hands. The West is already in decline, and Putin and the Chinese president saw that and acted. Ana clasped her hands around her body, feeling the coldness of the forest and the truth that David was exposing penetrate her deeply. If they have already succeeded in destabilizing Europe, what's next? What will they do next? Their next step, David replied, is to take control of global technology. Do you have the one I talked about earlier? Putin and the Chinese president know that whoever controls the AI controls the world. They no longer rely solely on military force. Now they want to take control of global technological systems, infrastructure, economy, communications, everything. Ana ran her hand through her hair, trying to understand the magnitude of what David said. But how can I do this without the rest of the world realizing what's going on? That's why they focused their efforts on destabilization, David explains. As long as the world is busy with regional wars, with inflation and economic crises, no one will notice what is happening behind the scenes. Meanwhile, Putin and the president of China are expanding their networks, preparing their artificial intelligence systems to control every aspect of our lives. Ana was silent for a moment, absorbing David's words. Everything was beginning to make sense: the skyrocketing inflation, the lack of resources, the civil wars in various corners of the world, all seemed to be part of a much larger plan. And what can we do about it? She asked, her voice betraying a note of desperation. David turned again and looked her straight in the eye. We have to survive. Right now, that's our only priority. If we survive and make it out of the conflict zone, maybe we'll find a way to reach those trying to stop this plan. But it won't be easy. Putin and the Chinese president have a major advantage now. The control they exert through their alliances and technology is almost impossible to counter. The sound of branches snapping in the distance suddenly interrupted his conversation. David raised his hand, signaling Ana to stop and hide. The two quickly ducked behind a fallen tree trunk. There's someone there, Ana whispered, trying to control her breathing. David looked around, listening intently. The footsteps were getting closer and the voices could be heard more and more clearly. It wasn't long before their pursuers discovered them. We have to move, David said softly but firmly. If they catch us now, we won't stand a chance. Ana quickly agreed, and with as silent steps as possible, began moving through the trees, trying to avoid detection. All they felt now was the impending fear and impending danger. As they crept through the woods, David couldn't help but think that even though they were managing to escape the physical danger before them, the real, global threats were far greater and more difficult to defeat. Chapter 5. Beyond the Crash. With quick but silent steps, David and Ana moved through the forest, trying to escape their pursuers. Every moment, the footsteps of the mercenaries seemed to be getting closer. But David was focused on finding a way out of that trap. Besides the physical danger that threatened their lives, his thoughts were dominated by something deeper: the invisible forces pulling the strings in the shadows and influencing global events. As they advanced through the trees, Ana remembered one of the discussions she had had with a Romanian diplomat a few years ago, just before the war broke out in Ukraine. The diplomat had told him about an influential organization in Romania, with deep roots in Freemasonry, which had global connections. David, Ana whispered, breathing hard but trying to keep her tone serious. Have you ever thought about the role that Freemasonry in Romania has in this whole story? David, surprised by the question, turned slightly towards her without slowing his steps. What do you mean, Romanian Freemasonry? Yes, Ana continued, trying to collect her thoughts. Before all this, I had a discussion with a Romanian diplomat who told me that Freemasonry in Romania has close ties with political and economic elites around the globe. Their influence does not stop at the country's borders. In fact, they have a surprisingly large amount of power over global decisions. And I'm thinking now, with everything that's going on, they might be more involved than we realize. David stopped for a moment, staring at her. Freemasonry in Romania. I heard rumors about it. It is known that interest groups around the world have always been connected through organizations like Freemasonry. But I wonder, what would they gain from this global chaos? And how are they connected to what we're seeing now, Putin, the president of China, and the whole world destabilization? Ana sighed. I don't know exactly, but there is talk of the fact that Romanian Freemasonry has deep ties with the economic elites in Europe and with certain powers in the East. In normal times, their influence was more subtle, but now, in the midst of this chaos, they may play a critical role in how resources and power are shared. David nodded, continuing to think as they resumed their walk. So do you think that Romanian Freemasonry could be an intermediary between the global elites and what is happening now on the ground? That would make sense. A discrete organization that pulls the strings from the shadows, connected to power centers around the globe. Exactly, Ana said, seeming to be on the same page. And Romania is in a unique position, geographically and politically. It has always had an intermediary role between East and West. Masonry there may be the key to understanding how these forces were able to work together to destabilize the world. David began to see a bigger picture clearly. If what you say is true, then Romanian Freemasonry is not just a simple organization. It could be that bridge between the interests of Russia, China and the rest of the world. An organization that links economic and political interests from all sides. Ana rubbed her forehead, trying to clear her thoughts. Putin and the Chinese president need these ties to expand their influence. You can't just declare war and wait for things to happen on their own. You must have the financial and political infrastructure to support your moves. And if Romanian Freemasonry plays this role, everything makes sense. David paused for a moment, looking toward the horizon of the forest that was beginning to lighten. This means that we are in a much more complicated situation than we thought. Not only are we dealing with mercenaries and direct warfare, but we are fighting against a global network of interests that control everything from the shadows. If Freemasonry in Romania is involved, then we must be even more attentive to what is happening on the ground. They have a subtle but huge power. As they continued on their way, their thoughts were dominated by these revelations. David knew that in the face of these invisible forces, their survival was only the first step. The world was divided into factions and hidden interests, and the influence of Freemasonry, especially from Romania, was much greater than he had ever thought. In a few hours they had reached a more open area at the edge of the forest. In front of them lay a small deserted village, a place that had probably been abandoned for a long time due to conflict. David stopped at the side of the road, taking in his surroundings. It's clear we're not the only ones caught up in this game, he said lowly. We are just pawns on a much bigger board. And the game is controlled by people like Putin, the president of China, and hidden interest groups like Freemasonry. Ana looked into the distance, thinking about everything they had learned in the last few days. Do you think there is a way to stop them? If these people control everything, how can we change anything? I don't know, David answered honestly. But I think it all starts with understanding what's really going on. And now, at least we know who is pulling the strings. Putin, the president of China, and groups like Freemasonry in Romania all play a role in this story. We have to figure out how to protect ourselves and how to expose what they're doing. Only then can we hope to change something. Ana sighed, but there was a glimmer of hope in her eyes. Maybe we have a chance. But we have to be smart and find someone who is willing to fight against them. Maybe we're not the only ones who see what's going on. I hope you're right, David replied, looking forward again. Because if not, the world as we know it will completely collapse under their influence. And no one will be able to stop what's coming. The stillness of the deserted village seemed to press upon David and Ana as they advanced. Every step on the dusty road was a reminder of a crumbling world. Abandoned buildings, broken windows and an oppressive silence were the clear signs of the chaos that had turned a once vibrant community into a ghost of what it had been. David stopped suddenly, looking around. This place, he murmured, letting the phrase trail off. Ana approached him, trying to understand what he was feeling. What's wrong? There was a massacre here, David said in a low voice. When the war in Ukraine spread to neighboring regions, mercenaries devastated entire villages like this one. Here, people were caught in the middle. They were victims of a conflict they never fully understood. And at the same time, they were probably pawns in a much bigger game. Ana was silent for a moment, looking at the abandoned buildings around her. It's still hard for me to understand how I got here. How forces like Putin and the Chinese president have managed to manipulate everything, and how Freemasonry in Romania plays an essential role in this game. David sighed, trying to collect his thoughts. It's not just about military or economic power. It is about total control over resources, information and decisions. Putin and the Chinese president have understood this for a long time. They are not limited to simple traditional warfare. They managed to strengthen their power through global networks of interests, such as Romanian Freemasonry. And even if the world doesn't see it, they rule from the shadows, slowly destroying everything we've ever known. Ana stopped and ran her hand through her hair. But what is their ultimate goal? Total control over the world? Destroy democracy and replace it with a new kind of global order? Exactly, David replied with a thoughtful look. They want to impose a new order, one based on absolute control, economic, political and, worst of all, technological. Masonry in Romania played a crucial role in this plan. They are the connectors between the financial elites of Europe and the economic interests of the East. Through these connections, Putin and the Chinese president have been able to extend their influence around the world without being directly involved in all the conflicts. Everything is orchestrated subtly, but effectively. And no one objects? Ana asked in disbelief. David stopped and looked at her seriously. Ordinary people have no idea what is really going on. They are told that inflation is caused by sanctions, that the lack of resources is a consequence of war. But in reality, everything is controlled by these networks who pull the strings behind the scenes. Putin and the Chinese president have used every global crisis as a pretext to strengthen their positions. And the Freemasonry in Romania, through their connections with the financial elites, facilitated this process. Ana shook her head, trying to understand how deep this plot was. And yet, no one talks about it. No country does anything. It's like they're all blind or completely defeated. They are not blind, replied David. But they are too busy fighting each other to see the big picture. Every global leader has his own interests. And Putin and the Chinese president knew exactly how to take advantage of this. Through division and manipulation, they succeeded in weakening all opposition. Just then, a faint sound of footsteps in the distance brought them both to an abrupt halt. David raised his hand, motioning for Ana to stay still. Listen, he whispered. From an abandoned house on the edge of the village, a figure emerged, a man dressed in shabby clothes, his face dirty and his eyes empty of hope. He was walking slowly, with uncertain steps, but when he saw David and Ana, he stopped and raised his hands in the air, as if to show them that he was not a danger. Don't shoot, he said in a hoarse voice. David lowered his gun, but remained cautious. Who are you? The man approached slowly but kept his distance. My name is Andre. I was stuck here after the mercenaries left. All the others fled or were killed. Ana wrapped her arms around her body. Who were the mercenaries? Groups paid for by outside interests, answered Andre. We heard they were controlled by larger forces, probably the Russians or Chinese. They destroyed everything. They took what they could and left. David looked at Ana and immediately understood what this meant. Mercenaries paid by the Russians and Chinese. This confirms everything we discussed. It is clear that this village was just another victim of the global war that Putin and the president of China are waging against the world. Andre came a little closer, with a desperate expression on his face. There is no safety anywhere anymore. Everything is controlled by these people playing a game we know nothing about. If you want to escape, you have to get out of here. This area is controlled by mercenary groups working for the elites. Elite? Ana asked. You mean the Freemasonry in Romania? Andre sighed deeply. Yes, I heard about that too. It's a secret group, but they are known to have ties to the Russians and other major powers. They are the ones who pull the strings and control what happens. No one does anything without being under their control. They decide who gets resources, who lives and who dies. David nodded slowly, confirming what they already suspected. This means that if we want to survive, we must avoid not only the mercenaries, but also these unseen forces that control everything. Masonry in Romania plays a major role, and we must be twice as vigilant. Ana sighed deeply, feeling the burden of these revelations. If there is a way to stop all this, we have to find it. We cannot let these forces control our destinies without a fight. We'll find a way, David said firmly. But the first step is to get out of here alive. And for that, we have to be smarter than our pursuers. With those words, David and Ana prepared to continue their journey. With each step they took, David and Ana sank more and more into the painful reality of the conflict. The invisible forces orchestrating the global chaos seemed to be omnipresent, and each new revelation deepened the complexity of this invisible war. But as they progressed, David's thoughts turned more and more to Germany, a seemingly unobtrusive global actor whose influence was felt in every aspect of this conflict. Ana, David said, breaking the silence that surrounded them, have you noticed how little is said about Germany's role in all of this? While Russia and China are at the fore, Germany is playing the most perverse game of all. It is the key to this global puzzle. Ana looked up, surprised by the sudden change of subject. Germany? Why do you say that? I know they are influential in Europe, but I don't see them directly involved in the war. David shook his head. That is the illusion that Germany has successfully created. It seems that it is staying neutral, that it is trying to maintain stability in Europe, but in reality, it is playing on both fronts. They have always had a perverse ability to maneuver behind the scenes. While all attention is focused on Russia and China, Germany is quietly controlling the European economy and imposing sanctions that destabilize the entire region. And, let's not forget, they are the ones who have pulled the reins in energy relations in Europe. You mean energy dependence on Russia? Ana asked, beginning to understand. Exactly, David replied. For years, Germany has built a close economic relationship with Russia, relying on Russian gas to support the German economy. And now, with the war, this dependence has become the main weapon used by Putin to weaken Europe. Germany has always had a complicated role. They tried to play the mediator, to show that they are the reliable partners of the West, but the truth is that they allowed Russia to become much too powerful in terms of energy. Ana stared straight ahead, thinking about the consequences of these relationships. So Germany is the key. They had the power to prevent the spread of Russian influence, but they chose not to. Yes, said David. And now, after everything has blown up, Germany is trying to keep up the facade of being a responsible European leader. And now, after it all blew up, Germany is trying to keep up the facade of being a responsible European leader by imposing sanctions that are ostensibly supposed to limit Russia's influence. David continued, bitterness clear in his voice. But behind this movement, the reality is much more perverse. Instead of being a neutral player, Germany manipulated the system to maintain its economic advantage and control Europe's resources. Ana was silent for a moment, trying to grasp the magnitude of this information. So all the sanctions on Russia, all the economic pressure on Moscow, it was all orchestrated by Germany to protect its own interests? Exactly, David replied, looking around as if trying to make sure they weren't being followed. Germany has managed to position itself in a place where it seems to be doing the right thing for the European Union and for global stability. But in reality, they allowed these sanctions to hit the countries of Eastern Europe and the Balkans hardest, nations that were even more dependent on Russian resources. These countries are now in a deep economic crisis, while Germany continues its influence behind the scenes, avoiding most of the impact. So Germany not only protected its own interests, but also allowed other countries to be harmed more severely? Ana clenched her hands around her body, feeling a state of frustration. How come nobody said anything about this? David looked at her with a serious expression. This is the art of manipulation. Germany has created an image of a moral leader, but behind that image, they have pulled the strings so that they remain strong, even during a crisis. Every time energy prices rise in Europe, who suffers the most? Not Germany. It is the more vulnerable countries that suffer. Those that do not have the necessary economic infrastructure to deal with shocks. Germany is playing the most perverse game of all. It maintains its influence over the European economy and at the same time manages not to be directly accused of anything. Ana began to understand more clearly Germany's hidden role in this global economic war. But what is Germany's ultimate goal? If Russia and China have their own clear agendas, what are Germany's plans? Their goal is to remain masters of Europe. Economically speaking, David replied, pausing for a moment to collect his thoughts. They don't want an open military conflict. They want to dominate through economics and technology. Germany already controls much of Europe's critical infrastructure, from energy to trade. They do not want to lose this position. And precisely because of this, they avoid direct actions that could put them in opposition to Russia or China, but they also won't let them gain much ground. It's a perverse balancing act where they try to keep as much control as possible without getting their hands dirty. So the key to this global conflict lies in Berlin, Ana said softly, letting the words carry weight. If Germany took a clear stand and stopped these economic games, things could be different. Exactly, David confirmed. Germany has the power to change everything. If they cut economic ties with Russia for real, if they really supported Eastern European countries to rebuild their economies, we could see a rebalancing of global forces. But that won't happen as long as Germany has vested interests in keeping the chaos under control. For them, it's a win-win. While the rest of Europe struggles, Germany continues to thrive. Ana sighed deeply, feeling the burden of reality. So this invisible war we are experiencing is not just about fighting on the fronts or about economic sanctions. It is about total control, economic, political and technological. And Germany is at the center of this conflict, without most of the world realizing what's really going on. David nodded silently. Exact. And what's even more worrying is that, while the world focuses on the immediate effects of war, inflation, lack of resources, Germany and other shadow powers are preparing for a future in which artificial intelligence and technology will dominate everything. Who controls the AI controls the world. And Germany knows that. And if we don't wake up now, we will wake up in a world where there is no more place for democracy, for human rights, for freedom, continues Ana, reflecting on the implications of this geopolitical game. Exactly, David said. This is the real war. Not just the battles between armies, but also the unseen, economic and technological battles. Germany, along with other players like Russia and China, form a triangle of power that controls all these aspects. And we are just pawns in this game. Just then, another disturbing sound was heard in the distance. A military convoy, much further away, was making its way to the area where they were. We have to go, David said quickly, changing his tone. We have no time to waste. That convoy could be mercenary patrols or even forces responding to the interests of Germany or Russia. Ana strapped her backpack onto her shoulders and started walking quickly alongside David. As they advanced, their thoughts were overwhelmed by the magnitude of this global game. Germany, an ostensibly neutral country, actually played the most complicated and perverse role of all, balancing the influence of Russia and China in order to maintain control over Europe. Once upon a time, I thought wars were fought only with guns, Ana said quietly as they crept through the forest. Now I see that the real wars are those fought through economic manipulation, through sanctions and through influence. And Germany is the master of this game. That's right, David confirmed. And it will take more than a simple fight to tip the balance. But if we want to survive and have a real chance, we need to understand how to expose these games and find allies who are willing to fight against them. Ana smiled faintly, but it was a serious smile. It's going to be a long fight. But we have no choice, replied David. If Germany is the key, then we have to find a way to use it to break up this web of global power. Chapter 6. Shadows of Power. The forest grew thicker as David and Ana advanced, breathing quickened by exertion and impending danger. The sound of the military convoy passing in the distance had faded into the background, but the fear of being discovered remained. Each step brought him closer to the fragile line between survival and destruction. David, Ana said softly, her voice shaking, I feel like we're caught in a race we can't get out of. Not only are we being watched, but the whole world seems to be falling apart before our eyes. Everything is controlled by these invisible leaders and forces: Germany, Russia, China, who knows what other obscure interests. David stopped for a moment, listening to the silence around him. There was a sense of uncertainty in the air, as if any moment could bring with it an unexpected threat. That's right, he replied gravely. But we must not forget that in the midst of chaos, there is always a turning point. We can change something, but first we have to understand who the players in this invisible war really are. Ana leaned against a tree, resting her weight on an old, dry trunk. You talk about Germany being the key, she said, but it's not just about the economy. It's about political influence and who really controls the future of Europe and, by extension, the world. All these crises: inflation, energy, AI are just weapons in their hands. David nodded, looking around as if searching for something only he could understand. Exact. And this is the most perverse part. Germany plays at two ends. On the one hand, it presents itself as the pillar of stability for Europe, and on the other, it manipulates the economic systems in such a way as to maintain its control. Not only are they complicit, but in many cases, they dictate the rules of the game. And where do we fit into this equation? Ana asked, with a worried look. We are just two people running away from immediate danger. How can we change anything in such a corrupt and entrenched system? David ran a hand through his hair, trying to collect his thoughts. I don't know yet, he answered honestly. But I know we have to find someone willing to fight them. There are always people who see beyond the curtain of power. People who understand that Germany, Russia and China form a power triangle that can destabilize the entire globe. We must find them, expose the truth about these dangerous alliances. Just then, a faint but distinct sound of footsteps trampling dry leaves interrupted them. David held up his hand, motioning for Ana to remain still. Someone's coming, he whispered, tensing and bracing himself for any eventuality. A figure appeared from behind a massive tree, a man dressed in civilian clothes but with a careful and calculating gaze. He had a small bag in his hand, and while he didn't look dangerous, it was clear that he was no ordinary passerby. David relaxed his posture just a little, but remained cautious. Who are you? He asked firmly, but not aggressively. The man stopped and raised his hands. A gesture of peace. My name is Marcus, he said, with a heavy German accent. I'm on your side, or at least I'm not on the side of those who hunt you down. David glanced briefly at Ana, who remained alert. What does that mean? He asked. What are you doing here? Marcus approached slowly, keeping his distance. I work in Germany, within non-public structures. I managed to escape the power circles and came here to try to stop what is about to happen. I know who you are and I know that you are trying to expose the truth about Germany. About Russia, about China and the Freemasonry that controls a large part of the world in which we live. I have information that may help you. Ana looked in disbelief. And why would you want to help us? Why would anyone betray the system? Marcus sighed and looked around. Because I saw what was really happening. I have been part of the system for a long time, but I can no longer ignore what I have discovered. Germany is not just playing a dirty economic game. They are, in fact, the ones who initiated some of the economic crises that Europe is going through now. They use inflation as a weapon, control shadow energy resources and, through covert alliances, allow Russia and China to expand their influence without being directly accused. David looked intrigued, but also wary. Why now? Why would you want to exit this system? What made you switch sides? Marcus took a small device out of his bag and held it out to David. Because the truth can no longer be hidden. This device contains information that can prove direct links between economic elites in Germany and interest groups in Russia and China. Sanctions, financial crises, all of these were unleashed to destabilize Eastern Europe and bring the smaller economies under German control. They want to dominate everything, but not by military force, but by economic coercion. David looked at the device for a moment, feeling the gravity of the moment. And why do you think we could do anything with this information? We're just two people. Because you are not alone, Marcus said firmly. There are groups, even in Germany, that are fighting against these forces. People are starting to wake up, but they need proof. If this information comes out, we can destabilize this dirty game and expose Germany's true intentions. Ana approached David, looking at the device in Marcus' hands. This is the beginning. We have to do something or everything will continue to fall apart. Not just for us, but for the whole world. David nodded, feeling each piece of the puzzle begin to fall into place. Okay, he said softly. We will take the device and do everything we can to expose the truth. But we all know that this will bring us more dangers than we have yet faced. That's right, Marcus confirmed. But if you don't, then who? Chapter 6, Shadows of Power introduces a new element of tension and mystery as a character inside the German system comes forward to provide information that may expose the truth about the hidden connections between Germany, Russia and China. The fight becomes one not just for survival, but for exposing a system that manipulates the entire globe from the shadows. Marcus stood still for a moment, with a keen eye on David and Ana. The atmosphere was charged with tension, as if everyone present was aware of the impending dangers. David looked at the small device in Marcus' hands, realizing that what he was holding in front of him was more than just an object. It was the key to revealing something much deeper, a truth that could destabilize the current geopolitical balance. If what you say is true, David said, his voice low but firm, this information is of enormous importance. But that puts us in an even more dangerous position. Germany, Russia, China, will do everything in their power to stop us. Marcus nodded, aware of the gravity of the situation. I know. That's why I risked everything to come here. I tried to warn several people inside the system, but each attempt was met with silence or subtle threats. Now it is too late to return to Germany. I have become an enemy of the system and must hide. But you have a chance. You have the motivation and resources to take this information forward. Ana crossed her arms, trying to mask her concern. And how do we expect to do that? We are not investigative journalists, nor do we have access to media outlets that might expose these things. Marcus adjusted his bag, then pointed at the device in David's hands. The information on this device is not only evidence of Germany's involvement in Europe's energy and economic crisis. They reveal a vast network of common interests between German and Russian and Chinese elites. Financial connections, coordinated political strategies, even deals in arms and advanced technology. If you can get this information to the surface, it won't take long for the rest of the world to understand the truth. David felt the weight of the decision to come. So you're saying it's not just about the crisis. It's about total control, a well-crafted plan to change the world order. And Germany, like Russia and China, is part of this plan. Exactly, Marcus confirmed. This is a covert global alliance orchestrated to destabilize smaller European nations and impose a new kind of economic dominance. Economic crises, lack of resources, inflation, all these are created and manipulated to bring Eastern Europe to its knees. The ultimate goal is for Germany to take total control of European infrastructure and resources, using Russia and China as strategic partners. Ana looked at David with an expression of deep concern. If what he says is true, then we are in the middle of a much bigger game than we imagined. And the closer we get to exposing the truth, the greater the risk. David clenched his jaw and glanced at the device in his hands. We need more than this information to face them. We need allies, people who are ready to fight against this corrupt system. If we are alone, we will never be able to expose this plot. Marcus sighed deeply, aware of the risks. You are right, but the first step is to make this information public. There are independent media channels, investigative journalists who are not controlled by elites. If you reach them, you have a chance to spread the truth. And what if they catch us before we do? Ana asked, her voice betraying a fear she was trying to hide. They don't have to catch you, Marcus said firmly. You must move quickly, avoid any contact with forces that might stop you. Once the information surfaces, they will no longer be able to deny it. They will no longer be able to hide this dirty game. David nodded, feeling the tension building around them. Then that's it. We'll try to get this information out there. But we must be aware that from now on we are in constant danger. If Germany, Russia and China find out what we are trying to do, they will do everything they can to stop us. Marcus looked around and then back at David. There are always risks. But we must do what is right. If we remain silent, then we will betray not only ourselves, but also everyone else who will suffer because of these geopolitical maneuvers. Ana sighed deeply, feeling the weight of the decision they were about to make. We must fight, she said softly. We have no other choice. David squeezed her hand gently and turned his gaze to Marcus. Okay, we will take the device and find a way to make it public. But after that, there will be no turning back. It doesn't have to be, Marcus replied. The way forward is clear. Now it's all up to you. As night fell over the forest, David and Ana prepared to continue their journey. With the information provided by Marcus and the revelation of Germany's involvement in the global plot, it was clear that the next few days would be crucial. Either they will succeed in exposing the truth and destabilize this dirty game, or they will become the victims of a conspiracy much bigger than they ever imagined. Chapter 7. The storm is approaching. The door slammed shut behind them. David, Ana, and Marcus hurried into the old building, their hearts racing. The lights of the cars came closer and closer, and the sound of the engines echoed menacingly in the night. The entire city was immersed in a tense silence, and any wrong move could betray them. On the second floor, Marcus whispered, beckoning them to follow him up the narrow staircase at the back of the building. David gathered his backpack in which he kept the critical evidence device. A second's hesitation could doom them. When they reached the second floor, the door at the end of the hall suddenly opened. A short, stocky figure with thick glasses and an agitated look greets them. "Get in quick," whispered the man in a hurried voice. "Are you the journalist?" David asked, anxious to secure the contact. "We have something you need to see, but we need to act fast." "We don't have much time." The man nodded quickly and motioned for her to enter. "I'm Philip. I know what you have. I was told to prepare to release the information to independent channels. But now we have a much bigger problem. I'm already on your trail. We have to move faster than them." Ana approached David, staring at him. "So what do we do? How do we transmit this data before they catch us?" "We use satellites and encrypted networks," Philip answered, opening the laptop he had on the table. "The information you have must be distributed globally simultaneously. Once they are out, they cannot be withdrawn. But I must warn you, once the data is online, it will start hunting everyone involved. There will be no limits." David took the device out of his backpack and handed it to Philip. "We have no choice. If we don't do this now, everything we've discovered will remain buried forever. Germany, Russia, China, they will all win and no one will know the truth." Philip took the device, connecting it to the laptop. "Okay, let's get started." A few minutes after Philip started the transfer, the lights of the cars parked outside had become more and more numerous, and the voices of armed men could be clearly heard. Ana looked out the window and her heart sank. "I'm already here. They found us. Don't let them in," Philip shouted as his fingers raced across the keyboard. "I need a few minutes to complete the upload. If I stop the transfer now, all is lost." David and Marcus nodded, walked over to the door and readied their weapons. The sound of footsteps on the stairs grew louder. "That's it," David murmured, readying himself for the confrontation. "We have nowhere to hide." The door in front of them began to shake under the pressure of those trying to enter. David raised his gun, ready to fire. At that moment, a group of masked men beat down the door and burst in, guns drawn. Gunshots echo throughout the building. David and Marcus quickly shot, covering Philip, who continued to transfer data. They were outnumbered, but they knew everything depended on a few critical seconds. Marcus was hit by a bullet in the arm and fell to the ground, clutching his wound. "Go on," he shouted, refusing to budge. David, out of breath and adrenaline pumping through his veins, cocked his gun and continued to fire. Every bullet was a fight for survival, but they knew time was against them. "We only have 20 seconds left," Philip shouted as he completed the transfer. Enemy voices rang out from all corners, and gunfire continued to pound the ancient walls of the building. Ana, with unprecedented determination, made her way to Marcus and tried to help him up. "Full transfer," cried Philip suddenly, with an expression of relief. "I made it. Information is online, distributed worldwide. No one can stop them now." David, still fighting the enemy forces, felt a huge weight lifted from his shoulders. "We have to get out of here," he shouted, realizing that although they had succeeded in their mission, the danger had not gone away. On the emergency stairs, Philip indicates, pointing to the window at the back of the room. Without hesitation, David, Ana and Marcus quickly made their way to the window, climbing the emergency ladder. Behind them, the gunfire and aggressive voices of the pursuers continued to ring out. They had descended the metal staircase, managing to escape in the chaos of darkness. Arriving in a narrow and dark alley, David and Ana were breathing hard. Marcus, wounded, was supported by Ana, but he was smiling slightly. "I made it," he said softly. "Now the world knows the truth. And that's just the beginning." David replied with a determined look. "Germany, Russia and China will not remain silent. But now that the information is public, people won't be able to be manipulated so easily. The world will see the truth." Philip caught up with them, wiping the sweat from his forehead. "We have passed the data through all our channels. There is no way back. And now what's next?" Ana asked, looking at David. "How will we continue to fight against these forces?" David looked down, reflecting on the complexity of the battle that was just beginning. "We will continue to fight, Ana. We now know who our enemies really are and what they are willing to do. But now we have an advantage. The world sees beyond the curtain of power. Chapter 7. The storm approaches ends with a moment of triumph mixed with tension. David, Ana and Marcus managed to release the critical information that exposes the hidden alliances, but the danger has not gone away. The world is beginning to see the truth, but the battle has only just begun. Chapter 8. Global reaction. The morning light was beginning to break through the thick gray clouds and the city was slowly coming to life. But this was no ordinary morning. An eerie silence hung in the air, as if the whole world was holding its breath before a storm. David, Ana and Marcus, hidden in a small apartment on the outskirts of the city, were silently watching the news unfolding on the laptop screen. Information has spread, Marcus said, pointing to the broadcasts that were picking up the details of the revelations. What we did hit the center of power. Everyone is starting to talk about it. The news on the screen was a mixture of fear and anger. Independent news channels around the world had picked up the documents exposing the secret alliance between Germany, Russia and China. The energy crisis and inflation were being exposed as being manipulated by these powers to destabilize smaller countries and take control of Europe and ultimately the world. Germany denies allegations, Ana said, reading a headline that had just appeared. The state press claims that the documents are fabricated and that it is an attempt to destabilize the European Union. But many are beginning to see the truth. David ran a hand through his hair, tense but also relieved that the truth was starting to come out. He was expected to deny it. They cannot openly admit it, they would lose everything they have built. But they already no longer have complete control over the narrative. People began to see beyond the lies. Marcus, his arm still injured, leans a little closer to the laptop. The problem is that now Germany, Russia and China will react more violently. They won't stop until they regain control. They will launch a global disinformation campaign and will most likely try to stifle any voice that supports these revelations. So we have to be ready for their next move, Ana said, her voice worried. They will not stop at just denying the allegations. They will try to find us. And not just us, they're going to try to stop anyone else who gets in their way. Philip entered the room with a grave expression on his face. We just received information from one of our contacts in Germany. The elites have reportedly begun mobilizing teams to locate and neutralize anyone associated with the revelations. Things are only going to get worse from now on. David stood up and walked over to the window, looking at Philip with concern. So how bad is it going to be? They will use all the power they have, Philip said, frowning. We are talking about political assassinations, illegal arrests and massive disinformation campaigns. Everyone involved in exposing these truths will become a target. It doesn't matter who they are, journalists, activists or former insiders. We're on their list now. Ana approached David and put a hand on his shoulder. What are we doing? If we stay here, they will find us. But if we run, it will all be in vain. David sighed deeply, realizing they didn't have many options left. We have to find a way to continue the fight. We can't hide forever. But we can't stay here either. It is clear that we must go further and build a stronger network of allies. Marcus approached them with a determined look. We have contacts in several countries, people who have seen what is happening and who are willing to fight against these forces. If we can unite with them, we can create a real global opposition. But for that, we have to move quickly and coordinate our movements before they discover us. That means we need to get out of town as soon as possible. David said, looking out the window again. But we can't go on the usual roads. They will have checkpoints and patrols everywhere. Philip nodded. I have a plan. There is a resistance group nearby, people who have worked against the elite for a long time. They can help us move through underground networks and reach our next destination. But it will be dangerous. We must avoid any direct confrontation. It's risky, but it's our only chance, David said, turning to Ana and Marcus. If we stand still, we are lost. If we move quickly and coordinate with the resistance groups, we may have a chance to resist and spread the truth even more. Ana nodded her head decisively. We have to continue. We have no choice. If we stop now, everything we've done so far will be in vain. In the following hours, Philip organizes an evacuation plan. The resistance group was to help them leave the city and take them to a safe location where they could continue the fight. But as they prepared to leave, the tension in the air became more and more palpable. David, Ana and Marcus knew what they were doing was dangerous, but they couldn't back down. As night fell, Philip led them through a network of narrow alleys, avoiding the eyes of the patrols. The city was mostly silent, but the silence was deceiving. David felt that every step they took brought them closer to an inevitable confrontation. "Once we get to the resistance group, we have to be quick," said Philip. "They already have an evacuation plan in place, but we can't afford any delay." With hurried steps and hearts beating in tandem with the danger, they reached the meeting place, an old warehouse hidden on the edge of town. The massive metal door slowly opened, and out of the darkness appeared a group of armed men with determined looks. "Are you the ones we're waiting for?" asked one of the group's leaders in a serious voice. "Yes," answered Philip. "I have the evidence and we are ready to continue the fight. We need your help to escape the city and get to the next safe location." The leader of the resistance group looked at them briefly, then nodded. "We understand. But you must know that the situation is getting worse every hour. The elites mobilize and try to suppress any kind of opposition. We have a very small window of time to leave before their patrols cover the entire city." David looked at Ana and Marcus, knowing this was their chance to continue the fight. "We're ready," he said firmly. "We have to do this. If we leave now, we have a chance." With the help of the resistance group, David, Ana and Marcus were preparing to leave the city. The tension was palpable, but their resolve was unwavering. They knew the fight was far from over, but now they had allies and a new direction. The world had begun to see the truth, and the elites who controlled from the shadows had begun to lose ground. But the danger was greater than ever. Chapter 9. The Iron Hand of Power. As David, Ana and Marcus prepared to leave the city with the help of the resistance group, somewhere far away. In a massive, dark office, a decision was being made that would radically change the course of action. Moscow had become the epicenter of a dangerous political game, and at the center of this game was Vladimir Putin. In his office, Putin stared at a map spread across the wall, showing his networks of influence stretching across Europe and Asia. His smile was barely visible, but deep enough to suggest that despite all the revelations, he hadn't lost control. "The world now knows part of the truth," Putin said, in an almost conspiratorial whisper. "But what they don't understand is that it doesn't matter who owns the truth. What matters is who controls the reaction." Beside him, a loyal aide handed him a thick file filled with information on recent movements of his forces in Eastern Europe and efforts to further destabilize governments. "Mr. President, the recent revelations have caused a stir in some parts of Europe, but we have everything under control. Germany remains loyal to our plan and China is ready to support the following measures. However, these dissidents who have exposed our alliance are a problem." Putin sat down at his desk and folded his hands, calm but focused. "Small problems. We will eliminate them all. In history, it is not those who reveal the truth that count, but those who have the force to shape reality according to their own rules. That's the difference between strength and weakness. Weakness exposes. Power destroys what is exposed." The advisor nodded and pulled out a phone, preparing to relay the orders. "You want us to track down the leakers and quietly take them out? Our groups are already mobilized." "No," Putin replied in an icy tone. "Not discreetly. Make an example for them. The world must see what happens to anyone who dares to oppose our plans. If some think they can fight against such a powerful system, they need to be proven otherwise. The force must be visible. And it has to be overwhelming." At that moment, Putin stood up again and walked over to the huge window of his office. Looking out over Moscow that was glowing under the night lights. "Germany is playing its role well. They support us from the shadows, while pretending to be allies of the West. But when the time comes, they will be the ones who will destabilize Europe for good." The advisor quickly jotted down the orders, knowing that Putin's every word was a crucial move in this global game. "What should we do with these dissidents? We know they have allied themselves with a resistance group and are trying to continue spreading the truth." Putin smiled slightly, with an expression of absolute confidence. "We'll send a team to hunt them down. But before that, we will make sure that every organization that supports them is decimated. They will see that there is no place on earth to hide from our power." And when Germany and China act in tandem, it will be too late for them to stop what is coming. Meanwhile, David, Ana and Marcus were infiltrating the city's underground networks alongside the resistance group. The tension in the air was palpable. And every sound of footsteps seemed to be a direct threat. "We can't stay here much longer," said the leader of the resistance group, a solid man named Victor. "Their patrols are approaching every exit. They knew you were here from the start. They are tightening their net around us. What do we know about global reactions to disclosures?" David asked as they walked down a dark corridor. "Did the international press pick up the documents? Has it had any real impact?" Victor nodded, pointing to a tablet that displayed news from around the world. "Yes, most of the independent news agencies have picked up on everything. But governments, especially those controlled by the German and Russian elites, are trying to minimize the effect. The disinformation is already starting. They'll try to make it look like a fake conspiracy, but people are starting to question themselves." Ana looked at the tablet, reading the headlines that suggested a divide between the Eastern European countries, increasingly unhappy with German influence, and the Western countries that still seemed loyal to the old alliances. So at least the world has started to see the cracks in the system. But how can we deal with a force like Russia and Germany when they control everything? Marcus, staring into the darkness in front of them, replied in a grave voice. "We must continue to expose the truth, no matter how many resources they throw against us. If we allow Putin and those who support him to win this invisible war, the world will turn into a permanent battlefield. There will be no more democracy. There will be no free voice." In Moscow, Putin watched with interest how the world reacted. Every move on the geopolitical chessboard was carefully calculated. He knew that even though the truth had been revealed, control of the narrative was still in his hands. "They think they are close to victory," Putin said with an almost amused expression. "But what I don't understand is that the world is already in our hands. Through Germany, through China, through the networks we have patiently built, we can turn any disclosure to our advantage. And then, there will be no one to stop us." The counselor approaches with a phone in his hand. "Our teams are ready." The order was given. Within hours, these dissidents will be neutralized and any support they had will be silenced. Putin nodded slowly, satisfied. "Very good. Make sure the world sees our power. When people are driven by fear, power is absolute." Moscow appeared peaceful, but underneath, behind every seemingly calm facade, invisible struggles for power and control were being waged. While Vladimir Putin continued his plans for global destabilization, elsewhere in the shadow of political and economic power, a much older organization, one pulling the strings behind the scenes, was beginning to enact its own plan for domination. In a dimly lit room, away from prying eyes, a group of people dressed in formal clothes, bearing subtle but powerful symbols, sat around a long table. They were the Freemasons, an organization which, over the centuries, had succeeded in infiltrating its influence into all the political and economic structures of the world. In their center, an older man with a stern and silent look was presiding over this secret meeting. "Putin is a useful pawn," he said calmly, turning a massive ring on his finger. "But true power does not come from war or destabilization. Real power comes from controlling the resources of the future." Another member of the group, with a serious expression, nodded. "You're right. The energy war of the 21st century is not about oil or gas. It's about electricity and the scarce resources that power technology. Electric cars, green infrastructure, all these seem to be the solution to the energy crisis, but in reality, they are just another way to subjugate the weak." The oldest of them smiled slightly, pleased with the direction of the conversation. "Exact. While governments talk about transitioning to clean technology, we Masons control access to these resources. Electric cars, lithium-ion batteries, power grids dependent on scarce resources, it's all in our hands. And the world still does not see the approaching danger." "And when the dependence on these resources is total," continues another member, "we will dictate the terms. Who will have access to the energy needed to survive and who will be excluded? The world believes that electric cars and green technology are the solution to climate crises. But in reality, they will become the perfect weapon to control every aspect of life." The old leader of the Masons looked up and looked at the others with an impenetrable expression. "Our true strength lies not in provoking a war. but in controlling economies after chaos has struck. The transition to electric cars will seem like a progressive solution, but the reality is that every electric vehicle will be an extension of our control. They will require smart grids controlled by us, infrastructure that only we can master. And when every car, every battery depends on our networks, we will hold the key to the economic survival of the entire planet. An oppressive silence settled in the room, but the subtle smiles and silent approvals between the group members suggested a mutual understanding. The world seemed to be moving towards a cleaner, greener future, but in fact, it was sinking into the hands of an organization that stretched its tentacles over every aspect of life. Meanwhile, David, Ana and Marcus were infiltrating the city's underground networks, aided by the resistance group. They had no idea that in the shadows, the Freemasons were already implementing their plans, and the future they thought was more secure was turning into a new way of global control. They had reached a safe place where they could take a break and discuss their next steps. Marcus, face pale and sweaty, sat down on a wooden box, trying to catch his breath. "We need more resources." I exposed some of the truth, but that was only the tip of the iceberg. The real danger has yet to be revealed. "What do you mean?" Ana asked, concerned by Marcus' serious tone. "It's about electric cars and the technological transition that everyone is talking about," he replied. "People think we're moving towards a greener, more sustainable future, but the truth is we're being led into a trap. The Freemasons and shadow elites have total control over the resources needed to produce these vehicles. We are moving towards a future where every aspect of our lives will be monitored, controlled and directed by these networks." David, hanging on every word, asked, "How does this plan work? How does it relate to what I have presented so far?" Marcus ran a hand through his hair, looking exhausted but eager to continue. "Electric cars are just the beginning. Every battery, every charging network requires rare minerals and resources: lithium, cobalt, nickel, resources that only a few Mason-controlled companies possess. By a total dependence on this technology, we will lose the last shred of energy independence." Ana began to understand the extent of the plot. So while they're selling us the idea of a clean future, they're actually setting us up for a future where everything is controlled by them, including the resources needed for survival. "Exactly," Marcus replied. "Imagine a world where every electric car, every home, every internet-connected device is controlled by a global energy grid. Who controls the network, controls life. If those electric cars shut down out of nowhere, if the power grid is disrupted, the economy collapses, and with it, individual liberties." David clenched his jaw, realizing how complex this new type of war was. This is the real fight. It's not just about Russia or Germany. It's about who will control the technological future of humanity. "And these Freemasons," added Ana, "make sure there won't be a free future." In a dark office in Moscow, Putin picked up the phone, and a clear, authoritative voice rang out in the silence of the room. "As planned," he said. "We are starting the total transition. Masons agree. In a few years, there will be no barriers. The world will be ours." Chapter 10. At the top of the pyramid. The pale dawn light was streaming into the hideout where David, Ana, and Marcus were making plans, and the air was charged with tension. After the revelations about electric cars and the control the Freemasons were going to exert through green technologies, things were becoming clearer to them. They were caught in an unseen war, where the primary weapon was not firearms, but the technology and resources that powered the world. "We have to act fast," David said, running a hand through his hair. "Now that we know the true plan of the Freemasons, we cannot afford to waste time. If they manage to completely control the transition to electric cars and smart grids, it will be too late to do anything." Ana crossed her arms, thoughtful. "But how do we stop them? We are talking about a centuries-old organization with global influence. They have the power, the money and the infrastructure. We are just a few people barely surviving." Marcus, though weakened by his recent injuries, agrees with a bitter smile. "Ana is right. These people have controlled the world's economy and politics from the shadows for decades. They won't give up just because I exposed part of their plans. But there is a way." "Which way?" David asked, looking hopefully at Marcus. "It's a control center in Germany," Marcus continued, his expression serious. "It is where they will coordinate the entire transition to electric cars and green infrastructure. Everything from charging networks to the critical minerals used in batteries is managed from there. If we can get to that center and expose the direct links between the Freemasons, the financial elites and the governments involved, we could destabilize the plan. So it all boils down to Germany, Ana said, realizing the magnitude of the situation. We knew from the beginning that Germany played a central role, but we didn't imagine that everything was concentrated in one place. It's more than just an economic center, Marcus added. It is the focal point of their global control network. If we can destroy that node, or at least reveal it publicly, we can stop them from carrying out their plans. But it's a dangerous mission. Not only will it be well guarded, but the Masons will stop at nothing to protect it. David stood up suddenly, determined. We have no other option. If we don't fight now, there will be no turning back. The Freemasons will take total control of the economy and technology. All these electric cars, smart networks, will become surveillance and control tools. We will be at their mercy. Ana clenched her jaw, sharing David's determination. And how do we get to this center? They will have patrols, security forces, everything will be against us. I have a contact in Germany, Marcus said. An insider who can give us access to information about the center's security. But it is risky. Once we get there, we're on our own. Moscow, meanwhile, was in turmoil. Vladimir Putin received constant reports about the movements of the dissidents and their plans to reach the center of Germany. Although he was an essential piece in the elite's global game, Putin knew that the Freemasons were really pulling the strings. He played both ways, using them, but at the same time, planning to take control of them when the time was right. They found out about our center in Germany, said an aide, bowing his head in front of the president's massive office. Good, Putin replied calmly, a look of satisfaction on his face. Let them try. They will find that the Freemasons are not so easily stopped. But it also prepares our teams. If they make any move, we will be ready to intervene. Anyone who tries to oppose these plans will disappear without a trace. Putin stood up and looked out his office window at Moscow. The Freemasons control the technology and resources of the future. But I will control the Masons. In the end, total power will be ours. And these dissidents will be just a memory. Berlin, Germany. In a massive building, hidden behind a seemingly ordinary facade, the Energy Transition Control Center was already operational. In this place, data on the production and distribution of electric cars, scarce resources and smart grids were precisely managed. Everything was under the watchful eye of a small council of Freemasons who ensured that every decision was made in the interest of global control. We're waiting for them, one of the council leaders said with a cold look. These dissidents will try to penetrate our system. But they won't succeed. We have everything under control. And if need be, we will blame other governments. No one will be able to stop us. While the council was making plans to meet any infiltration attempt, David, Ana, and Marcus, along with the resistance group, were preparing to break into Germany. At stake was the future not only of Europe, but of the whole world. On the plane that was taking them to Germany, David looked out the window, feeling the weight of the decision they had made. Once we get there, there will be no turning back, he said quietly, looking at Ana. I know, Ana replied, leaning her forehead against the seat in front. But if we don't do it now, nobody else will. They have unlimited resources and we only have the truth. We have to believe that it is enough. Marcus, sitting behind them, listened silently. He knew that what they were about to do was dangerous and almost impossible. But in the face of such a powerful system, they had no other choice. When the plane lands in Germany, the group quickly sneaks out of the airport, avoiding any contact with the authorities. Marcus's contact, a former engineer who had worked in the control center, was waiting for them in an isolated location. You've arrived, he said, visibly flustered. I have all the information you need to break into the center. But you have to understand, once you're inside, you're on your own. I can't do more than that. David agreed. That's enough. Tell us what we need to know. In the following hours, the plan was put in place. The center was well guarded, but there was an access route through a network of disused underground tunnels. But the biggest problem was not how to break in, but how to expose all the information about the Freemasons who were controlling the global transition to a green world. After we break in, we need to connect the device to the central servers, the engineer explains. This will allow all the data about the project's occult funding and links to the Freemasons to be streamed online. After that, it will all depend on how quickly we can get out of there. Ana slung her backpack over her shoulder and looked at David. We're ready. The following night, they were preparing to break into the control center. At that time, the global game for technological future and world control was about to reach its climax. David, Ana and Marcus were on the front lines of a battle of great proportions, where every decision could change the course of history. Night had fallen thickly over the German city, and the massive building that housed the Technological Transition Control Center seemed impenetrable. The bright lights surrounding the perimeter glowed in the darkness, and the constantly moving patrols synchronized their movements without fail. The building was not only protected by security, but by an entire invisible web of influence and technology. David, Ana, Marcus and their contact, a former engineer who knew every nook and cranny of the building, were holed up in an abandoned warehouse on the edge of the complex. From the shadows, they watched as the patrols followed prearranged routes, blinding lights swirling around every corner. Entering through the underground tunnels is our only chance, the engineer said, checking a tablet displaying the building's plans. The center is extremely well guarded on the surface, but the tunnels are less monitored. If we can get in there and connect to the main servers, we can download and transmit all the evidence of Masonic involvement. Ana, worried, asks, what if they catch us? What if they have alarm systems even in those tunnels? This is not just a building, it is the epicenter of their power. We'll be extremely quick, David replied, looking at them in turn. Once we connect to the server, we will have to start downloading and streaming in real time. If we do this fast enough, even if they detect us, they won't be able to stop everything in time. Patrols change every 15 minutes, said the engineer. We have to act when they regroup. It's our only window. Marcus, face pale and tired but determined, checks the map again. We are ready. We have to do this now. If we succeed, we will reveal to the whole world the truth about how the Freemasons manipulated the transition to green energy to gain total control. But if we fail, we will not fail, David said firmly. We have no choice. With small, stealthy steps, the group advances through the abandoned warehouse area and approaches the entrance to the underground tunnels. A massive metal door stood in front of them, partially covered by vegetation, hidden from prying eyes. The engineer pulled out a small hacking device and began making quick work of the door's security mechanism. This is an emergency entry, he said quietly, not looking up from the device. Used only in rare cases, so the security system is not as advanced. But we only have a few minutes before the surrounding sensors detect our activity. With a faint unlocking sound, the door slowly swung open, revealing a long, narrow staircase leading down into darkness. It's time, David said, gathering his weapon and preparing to descend. Let's move quickly. In absolute silence, they descended the stairs, leaving the world above behind. The underground tunnels were cold and damp, with moss-covered walls and old pipes. The air was heavy and the sound of their footsteps was muffled by the dense darkness. We're close to the main data systems, the engineer whispered, checking the tablet again. Once we get to the server room, we have to move fast. They will have security measures, but the device I have should give us a few precious minutes. Ana clenched her jaw, feeling the tension building. And if we still don't make it? What if these measures are stronger than we think? Then we won't stand a chance, Marcus said with a serious expression. But we cannot give in. We only have one try. As they progressed through the tunnels, into the Masons' control center, things seemed to be proceeding normally. Every operation was carefully monitored and security systems were on high alert. But what they didn't know was that deep underground, a small group of people were approaching the server room. Have the patrols checked the entire perimeter? Asked a leader of the Masonic Council. Sitting in a security room full of screens monitoring every corner of the complex. Yes, sir. Everything is under control, a security officer replied. Okay, stay alert. If something seems wrong, I want to be notified immediately. We cannot afford mistakes at this stage. With his heart racing, David arrived in front of a large metal door that led directly to the main server room. This was where all the data was stored about hidden financial transactions, about the Freemasons' connections with governments and big corporations, and about their plans to control the technology of the future. "We're here," the engineer whispered, pulling out the hacking device and plugging it into the door's security panel. "Once we get in, we have very little time before security detects us." David and Ana readied their weapons while Marcus, though visibly weakened, positioned himself behind them, ready to cover them. With a soft unlocking sound, the metal door slowly opened. In front of them was the server room, a vast room filled with advanced technological equipment, where cold white lights flickered on the central panels. "Come on," David shouted, starting to move quickly towards one of the servers. "We need to connect to this central server," the engineer explains. "Once we've done that, we can download all the information and stream it in real time." Ana glanced around, feeling the tension rising by the second. "We have to hurry. They'll soon know we're here." Marcus, pale-faced, stood close to the door, ready to repel any attack. "We don't have much time. Let's do this quickly." In the security control center, a security officer suddenly looked up at a screen showing a small anomaly in the surveillance system. "Sir," he said gravely, "we've detected unusual activity in the server room. We should check right away." The leader of the Council of Masons rose from his chair with an angry look. "Send the response team. If anyone is there, I want them neutralized immediately." While David, Ana and Marcus were trying to access the servers in the control center. Far away from this action in a small quiet Bavarian town of Cham, another man was preparing to intervene decisively in this unseen battle. Avascu Adrian, a man in his 40s, with a sharp mind and a deep knowledge of technology and global control mechanisms, had received an alert on his private system. Avascu, of Romanian origin, had settled in Cham to avoid the eyes of the world and to be able to work on his projects in peace. He was no ordinary man. A former cyber engineer for several security companies and a former consultant to governments on technology infrastructure issues. Adrian knew all too well about the plots that Freemasons and world elites were weaving to take control of vital resources. And although he had withdrawn from the front lines of these battles, Adrian had never truly given up. In his isolated home in Cham, Adrian watched in real time what was happening in the control center in Berlin. He was not just a mere spectator. He had built a secret cyber surveillance network and had access to the communication channels used by the Freemasons and other global organizations. He knew exactly when and where to intervene. When he saw the Freemasons' security teams being sent to the server room, Avascu knew there was no time to waste. He had to take action. "This is our chance," he whispered, looking at his monitor. "If I don't help them now, they'll be caught before they can download the data. They have no idea how advanced the Freemasons' security systems are." Avascu quickly sat down at his desk and started his advanced hacking systems. He was familiar with the technological infrastructure used by the Freemasons, as he had worked on some of them himself a few years ago. Although not part of the organization, he had been employed as a technological consultant on many of their secret projects. "If I can divert the data flow through the external servers in Cham, maybe I can buy them a few minutes," he murmured, working quickly on his keyboard. Meanwhile, in the Berlin server room, David, Ana and Marcus were frantically scrambling to connect to the central network and download all the evidence needed to expose the Freemasons' connections to the corporations manipulating the green energy transition. "I was able to connect to the server," shouted the engineer as the screen in front of him displayed a load of secret data starting to download. "How much time do we need?" David asked, visibly worried. "At least 5 minutes to transfer everything," replied the engineer. "But we have a problem. The security system has detected our activity. They'll be here in a few minutes." Ana looked over at Marcus, who was holding his position by the door, ready to defend the group. "We have to find a way to make sure the transfer continues, even if we're under attack." But before they could do anything, the screen in front of them began to display a series of encrypted messages that seemed to divert the data. An external connection had intervened in the system. "What's going on?" asked the engineer, surprised. "Data is being routed through another server," he murmured, trying to understand what was going on. "There's someone helping us," David said, suddenly realizing what was happening. "Someone outside has taken control and is redirecting our data stream. But who?" In his home in Cham, Avascu Adrian smiled slightly as he worked quickly on his systems. "We took control of the data flow. Keep going, folks. I take care of distracting them." Avascu was well aware of the security networks of the Freemasons, but he also knew that he did not have much time at his disposal. Once they discovered what he was doing, the Freemasons would send teams to stop him. But he was ready. Their systems are complex, but we've built some of them. I know exactly how to block them for a short period of time, Adrian said as he sent new commands through the encrypted networks. In the server room, David and his team watched as the data transfer continued to move rapidly. Someone diverted our data through an external server, the engineer said with a relieved smile. I think we have more time than we anticipated. Looks like someone gave us a helping hand from afar. Ana looked around, still wary. We have to continue. We can't just rely on luck. They will soon find out what we are doing and send the security forces on us. David agrees and continues to monitor the transfer. We have 2 minutes left. Let's get ready to go. In the complex's security center, security officers had begun detecting anomalies. Sir, someone has diverted the data stream through another external server. We believe another actor intervened, one of the officers said. The leader of the Masonic Council lost his cool. Find out who it is and stop it. We can't afford any mistakes. If this data becomes public, it will be a disaster for us. Back in Cham, Avascu Adrian was preparing for the next step. They started detecting me. They'll be sending teams after me soon. But it's good. We have gained enough time for the data to be transferred. As he worked, Adrian sent a final series of commands that temporarily disabled the Masons' security systems, allowing David's group to complete the transfer. My time is running out, he said in a whisper, but with a satisfied smile. But at least I did the right thing. I made it, shouted the engineer in the server room in Berlin. All data transferred successfully. I have forwarded them to all secure channels. Now we have to get out of here, cried Ana, getting ready to leave. With all the data downloaded and transmitted, David, Ana and Marcus prepared to leave the control center, knowing that thanks to the intervention of an unknown ally, they had succeeded in thwarting the Masons' plans. Chapter 11. Shadows begin to fall. The cold night wind swept through the streets of Berlin, and the city seemed to be asleep in its typical midnight silence. But in the heart of the control center, things were far from calm. David, Ana and Marcus were hurrying to leave the building through the underground tunnels, knowing their time was running out. Patrols are on their way, Ana said, looking at the screen where their engineer was monitoring security movements. We don't have much time. Thanks to outside intervention, we were able to get everything we needed, David said firmly. We need to find out who helped us. Whoever it is, it's bought us some precious minutes. Marcus, visibly exhausted but determined, said, it doesn't matter who it was for now. We have the data. The world will learn the truth about the Freemasons, about control over resources and green technology. But we have to get out of here before they catch us. With quick steps, they crept through the tunnels and after a few tense minutes, they managed to reach the exit of the underground complex. All around them, the silence was oppressive, but danger was imminent. The resistance group was waiting outside the city, ready to help them disappear from the landscape. Meanwhile, in Cham, Avascu Adrian was sitting in front of his computers, breathing deeply. He knew his effort to redirect the data had been successful, but that didn't mean the danger had passed. On the contrary, he knew that the Freemasons and global elites were now watching him. His phone started ringing. He picked up the receiver and spoke softly. Yes, I did it. The data was transmitted securely. But I don't have much time. They already know I intervened. Adrian, replied a voice on the other end of the line, you must disappear immediately. Their forces are on the way. They will not hesitate to eliminate you. If you stay there, you won't stand a chance. I know, Avascu said, looking at his monitor where, in real time, he could see more security teams approaching his location in Cham. But I won't leave without destroying everything they have here. I have to do something to stop them from using these networks. The voice on the other end of the line grew more urgent. Adrian, this is not the time for heroics. If they catch you, everything I've accomplished will be in vain. I only have a few minutes, answered Avascu. If I can destroy the cybersecurity nodes they're using, I'll slow them down. They will need weeks to recover. During this time, David and the others will be able to spread the truth. Do what you must, but get out of there as fast as you can, the voice said, before hanging up. Avascu Adrian closed the phone and focused on the screens in front of him. Hands shaking slightly with adrenaline, he began entering the commands that would have destroyed some of the Masons' cyber infrastructure. He knew exactly where to strike, the critical points of the network through which they coordinated their global movements. It has to be quick, he whispered to himself, typing frantically. In Berlin, David and his team were moving away from the control center and into the relative safety of the resistance group. I did it, David said, feeling relieved for the first time. I have all the data. I have all the evidence we need to expose the connections between the Freemasons, the tech corporations and the governments involved. But now we have to make them public before we are stopped. Ana, although visibly tired, was full of determination. We have to act fast. They will stop at nothing to stop us from exposing their plans. Marcus looked at David and said, "Who helped us? Without that intervention, we wouldn't have stood a chance." David looked around. "I don't know, but we have to find out. Someone out there is probably playing a game we don't understand yet. But for now, we have an ally. And we have to take advantage of that." Back in Cham, Avascu Adrian was nearing the end of his operation. He had managed to destroy the critical nodes of the Masonic network, but he knew that the security teams were already on their way to him. "I'm done," he said softly but with satisfaction. "We cut off some of their access to global networks. They will need time to recover. Now I must disappear." Adrian shut down all systems, erased all traces of his activity, and walked out of his small house, knowing that his time in Cham had come to an end. His car, an old utility vehicle, was parked on the side of the road. As he walked towards her, he could feel the adrenaline quickening his every step. But before he got to the car, he heard a loud screech of engines. 2 black SUVs were approaching quickly down the road, their headlights shining menacingly through the darkness. "I'm here," Adrian muttered, realizing that there was no escape on the direct road. He quickly retreated behind a nearby abandoned building and tried to control his breathing. Just a few meters away, the doors of the SUVs opened and armed men with covered faces got out of the cars and began to scan the area. "It can't be far," one of them said in Russian. "Look everywhere. It must be here. The order is clear, let's not let him get away." Avascu Adrian slowly sat down on the ground, his back against the wall of the abandoned building. He knew he didn't have much time left and the chances of escape were slim. "I did my best," he told himself. "Now it's all up to David and the others." But as his thoughts were interrupted by the approach of the soldiers, Adrian felt the vibration of his phone in his pocket. He looked at the screen and was surprised to see an unknown message. "I have access to a vehicle nearby. Get into the blue car parked on the corner. Time is short." Adrian hesitated for a second, but he had no other choice. He stood up and crept past the buildings, avoiding the soldiers' lights. After a few seconds that seemed endless, he reached an old blue car parked in a hidden corner. Following with his heart in his throat, he opened the door and climbed in quickly. There was another person in the passenger seat, who turned his head towards him. "You're welcome, Adrian. I was expecting you." Adrian recognized the voice immediately. He was one of his contacts in the underground network of fighters against the Freemasons. "Let's go," Adrian said, relieved. "I'm already too late." In Berlin, David and his group had arrived safely in a new shelter, ready to spread all the information to the international media. But they knew the fight was far from over. Chapter 12. Under Siege by Unseen Forces. The blue car, driven by the mysterious contact of Avascu Adrian, sped through the deserted streets of Cham. The headlights were off and the road they were on was silent except for the faint hum of the engine. "We don't have much time," said the driver, glancing occasionally in the rearview mirror to make sure they weren't being followed. "The Masonic soldiers will soon be scanning the entire city. We have to get to the extraction point before they close the roads." Avascu Adrian leaned against the back of the chair and took a deep breath. He knew he was one step away from being captured. All the moves he had made in the last few days were going through his mind. His intervention in destroying the Freemasons' cyber infrastructure had been a success. But now, more than ever, he knew he was being hunted. "Who sent you?" Adrian asked, looking at the driver. The man, with a calm and silent expression, briefly turned his gaze to Adrian. "I am part of the resistance network. We know what you've been up to the last few days, and we know you've destroyed a critical part of their networks. I was sent to make sure you got out of Cham safely. You are not the only one fighting against them. And where are you taking me? Adrian asked. At a safe location outside the city. From there we will be able to organize the next move. David and his team completed the data transfer. Now we have to make all information public globally. If we succeed in this, the Freemasons will be exposed for what they are, the shadowy manipulators who control the technological future of the world. Avascu Adrian nodded slowly, realizing that all the sacrifices made so far were beginning to bear fruit. And how long do you think we have before they catch us on their trail again? A few hours, maybe less, replied the driver. But I have a plan. Once we get to the extraction point, we'll use a number of alternate routes to make sure they can't track the car. After that, it will be a matter of time before they completely lose track of us. Meanwhile, in Berlin, David, Ana and Marcus were preparing to disseminate the critical data they had obtained from the Freemasons Control Center. With the help of the resistance group and international contacts, they had access to several independent media networks that were willing to take the information. I've already sent some of the data to the journalists in Eastern Europe, Marcus said, checking his laptop. But we have to move fast. Germany and other governments involved are trying to block all media channels that could pick up this information. David looked at the map Marcus was displaying with distribution points and media sources to be contacted. It is not enough to just send the documents. We also need to have a plan to protect ourselves after all this comes out. Masons will stop at nothing to stop the spread of the truth. We've made arrangements to move to a safe location as soon as everything is published, Ana said. But I know that won't be enough. They will come after us, and they will not hesitate to eliminate us. In Cham, the blue car with Avascu Adrian on board was approaching a deserted intersection, where the headlights of another vehicle were waiting in the dark. As they approached, Adrian saw that it was a black SUV, but it did not appear to be one of the Freemasons' security vehicles. Is he our friend? Adrian asked, slightly tense. Yes, replied the driver. It's our support team. They will help us get out of town without being detected. The black SUV started moving and the blue car with Adrian and the driver silently joined. In a few minutes they entered a back road, avoiding the main routes and possible patrols. They've lost us for the moment, said the driver, breathing a sigh of relief. But that doesn't mean we're safe. We will move to the Swiss border, where we have a network of contacts who can protect us. Once we ensure that the data has been published globally, we will be able to breathe easier. That same night, in Moscow, Vladimir Putin was in his office, watching the screens showing the global activity related to the escape of Avascu Adrian and the mission of the resistance group. The Russian leader had folded his arms and was smiling slightly. They think they got away, he said quietly, a note of satisfaction in his voice. But they will soon discover that there is no place in the world to hide from us. The global transition to green energy is too advanced to be stopped. Our plans are already in place. Even if the data is exposed, we will control public reaction. His advisor walks into the room with a serious expression on his face. Mr. President, we have received reports that our security teams have not been able to catch Avascu. It was extracted by a resistance group. Now they are heading for Switzerland. Putin looked at the map of Europe on the wall and calmly replied, Switzerland is not a safe haven. Send teams there. If it reaches their network, it will be more difficult to trace. We cannot allow them to remain at large. It is the key to understanding the technologies we rely on. Without it, we will not be able to fully control the infrastructure. On the way to the border with Switzerland, Adrian and his driver made slow but steady progress. It was quiet in the car and the atmosphere was tense. Do you think we'll make it in time? Adrian asked, looking out the window at the dark fields by the side of the road. We have a chance, replied the driver. But we have to be ready for anything. The Masons will not let things play out that easily. They will try to catch us wherever we go. Avascu clasped his hands on his knees, realizing how close he had been to capture. We cannot lose. If we fail to get this information to Switzerland, they will control everything. This green transition they preach is just a front for total control of the world economy. But if the world finds out the truth, they will lose power. And that's exactly why we have to keep fighting, the driver replied. Every minute counts now. In Berlin, David and his team were tracking the initial spread of information through independent media channels. Data was beginning to circulate rapidly, and journalists from all over Eastern Europe and Latin America were picking up on the hidden links between Freemasons, corporations, and governments. "It's starting to spread," Marcus said with a relieved expression. "Once everything is public, they won't be able to hide the truth. But let's not forget that their response will be violent," added Ana. "They will not stop at just trying to stop the spread of information. They will go so far as to eliminate all those who know too much." David walked over to the window and looked into the distance. "We have to prepare for what's coming. Adrian and the others are on their way to Switzerland, but if they don't get there, we won't have allies strong enough to stand against them." Chapter 1. Varani. In the early twilight hours, the faint smell of a flower that blooms every morning and dies every night dances across the dewy law. Chapter 13. The domino effect of truth. The tension in the air became increasingly oppressive as the car carrying Adrian Avascu approached the border with Switzerland. The road was dark and empty, and the silence was broken only by the faint sound of the engine. "How long to the border?" Adrian asked, feeling the weight of the pressure on his shoulders. "They can't follow us for long, but I can feel them getting closer." "Less than an hour," the driver replied, his eyes focused on the road. "But don't underestimate their power. They control everything: borders, communications, the economy. This is a battle that started long before we got involved, and now it's becoming more and more visible." Avascu knew that everything he was doing was part of a bigger struggle. World War III was not a classic war with tanks and bombing. It was an invisible war, fought behind the curtains of the global economy, technology, and information manipulation. Russia, China, and Germany, supported by occult alliances and Masonic elites, were orchestrating a plan for total control of the resources and technologies of the future. "We're already in the middle of a war," Adrian said, speaking more for himself. "The world doesn't realize it, but this transition to green energy, to control of scarce resources, to electric technology, all these are just their weapons. It is no longer about who has the most nuclear weapons. It's about who controls the technology of tomorrow." "Exactly," confirmed the driver. "And that's exactly why they'll do anything to stop us. They already control the global economy through hidden alliances, using inflation and energy resources as weapons. But if we can make the evidence public, this invisible war will become visible to everyone." In Berlin, David, Ana and Marcus sat in front of a large screen, watching as the data began to be distributed to independent news networks around the world. The mainstream media was already controlled by the elites, but independent journalists had taken over the story. It was becoming clear that what they were uncovering was not just a series of dirty dealings between corporations and governments. It was a global war, invisible to the eyes of most. "Look at this," Marcus said, pointing to a news story from South America. Independent organizations take information on how Germany and Russia manipulated energy prices to destabilize Eastern Europe. David approached the screen, his eyes filled with determination. "This is just the beginning. Once all the connections between German corporations and the Freemasons who control the energy transition are exposed, the world will understand that this is not just an economic crisis. It is a crisis created on purpose to control the whole world. And the real war started a long time ago." Ana bit her lip. "But we all know the truth won't be enough to stop them. They have all the resources. They have the power to shape reality to their liking. Even if the world finds out, it won't stop there." "I know," David replied. "But now we have a chance. People need to see that this invisible war is real. That it is no longer just about political or economic alliances. It is an all-out war for control of the vital resources of the future." Meanwhile, in Switzerland, the Masonic forces were rapidly mobilizing. Putin, from Moscow, was overseeing the entire operation, using every lever of power at his disposal to ensure that Adrian and David's team failed in their mission. "They thought they could spread the truth and destabilize us from within," Putin said with a cold expression on his face. "But they will find that this war is not won with information. It is earned with strength and control. Our teams are already on their way," one of his advisors confirmed. "They have intercepted several communications and are on their trail. The border with Switzerland is not a refuge for these dissidents. We have support from the Germans and the Chinese. It's only a matter of time. Quote. Putin smiled slightly. Let's catch them before they reach their destination. If they fail to spread what they know, we can make them disappear without a trace. On the way to the Swiss border, Adrian felt that time was getting shorter and shorter. The car was moving quickly through the back roads, but he knew the Masonic forces were on their trail. They only had a few minutes until they reached the extraction point, where another team of the resistance network would pick them up and take them to safety. We're close, the driver said, speeding down a dark road that led to a small border village. Our support team will be there in a few minutes. If we manage to cross the border, we will be able to continue the fight in Switzerland. We have strong allies there, who already know what's going on. What if we don't make it? Adrian asked. Then we will fight here, replied the driver firmly. We have no other option. But we have to believe that we can do it. It's the only way we can stop this unseen war. People need to know who their real enemies are. A few kilometers away in Switzerland, the support team was already ready for Adrian's arrival. In a modest building, located on the edge of a mountain lake, several men were talking in whispers. Everything is ready, said one of them, looking at his watch. They will arrive soon, but we must be prepared. If the Masonic forces get here before us, it will be a hard fight. We need Adrian, replied another. He is the one who holds the key information about the technological structure that the Freemasons use to control the economy. Without it, we won't be able to destroy their networks. This is more than just a battle. It's about the future of the whole world. Chapter 10. At the top of the pyramid. The pale dawn light was streaming into the hideout where David, Ana, and Marcus were making plans, and the air was charged with tension. After the revelations about electric cars and the control the Freemasons were going to exert through green technologies, things were becoming clearer to them. They were caught in an unseen war, where the primary weapon was not firearms, but the technology and resources that powered the world. We have to act fast, David said, running a hand through his hair. Now that we know the true plan of the Freemasons, we cannot afford to waste time. If they manage to completely control the transition to electric cars and smart grids, it will be too late to do anything. Ana crossed her arms, thoughtful. But how do we stop them? We are talking about a centuries-old organization with global influence. They have the power, the money and the infrastructure. We are just a few people barely surviving. Marcus, though weakened by his recent injuries, agrees with a bitter smile. Ana is right. These people have controlled the world's economy and politics from the shadows for decades. They won't give up just because I exposed part of their plans. But there is a way. Which way? David asked, looking hopefully at Marcus. It's a control center in Germany, Marcus continued, his expression serious. It is where they will coordinate the entire transition to electric cars and green infrastructure. Everything from charging networks to the critical minerals used in batteries is managed from there. If we can get to that center and expose the direct links between the Freemasons, the financial elites and the governments involved, we could destabilize the plan. So it all boils down to Germany, Ana said, realizing the magnitude of the situation. We knew from the beginning that Germany played a central role, but we didn't imagine that everything was concentrated in one place. It's more than just an economic center, Marcus added. It is the focal point of their global control network. If we can destroy that node, or at least reveal it publicly, we can stop them from carrying out their plans. But it's a dangerous mission. Not only will it be well guarded, but the Masons will stop at nothing to protect it. David stood up suddenly, determined. We have no other option. If we don't fight now, there will be no turning back. The Freemasons will take total control of the economy and technology. All these electric cars, smart networks, will become surveillance and control tools. We will be at their mercy. Ana clenched her jaw, sharing David's determination. And how do we get to this center? They will have patrols, security forces, everything will be against us. I have a contact in Germany, Marcus said. An insider who can give us access to information about the center's security. But it is risky. Once we get there, we're on our own. Moscow, meanwhile, was in turmoil. Vladimir Putin received constant reports about the movements of the dissidents and their plans to reach the center of Germany. Although he was an essential piece in the elite's global game, Putin knew that the Freemasons were really pulling the strings. He played both ways, using them, but at the same time, planning to take control of them when the time was right. They found out about our center in Germany, said an aide, bowing his head in front of the president's massive office. Good, Putin replied calmly, a look of satisfaction on his face. Let them try. They will find that the Freemasons are not so easily stopped. But it also prepares our teams. If they make any move, we will be ready to intervene. Anyone who tries to oppose these plans will disappear without a trace. Putin stood up and looked out his office window at Moscow. The Freemasons control the technology and resources of the future. But I will control the Masons. In the end, total power will be ours. And these dissidents will be just a memory. Berlin, Germany. In a massive building, hidden behind a seemingly ordinary facade, the Energy Transition Control Center was already operational. In this place, data on the production and distribution of electric cars, scarce resources and smart grids were precisely managed. Everything was under the watchful eye of a small council of Freemasons who ensured that every decision was made in the interest of global control. We're waiting for them, one of the council leaders said with a cold look. These dissidents will try to penetrate our system. But they won't succeed. We have everything under control. And if need be, we will blame other governments. No one will be able to stop us. While the council was making plans to meet any infiltration attempt, David, Ana, and Marcus, along with the resistance group, were preparing to break into Germany. At stake was the future not only of Europe, but of the whole world. On the plane that was taking them to Germany, David looked out the window, feeling the weight of the decision they had made. Once we get there, there will be no turning back, he said quietly, looking at Ana. I know, Ana replied, leaning her forehead against the seat in front. But if we don't do it now, nobody else will. They have unlimited resources and we only have the truth. We have to believe that it is enough. Marcus, sitting behind them, listened silently. He knew that what they were about to do was dangerous and almost impossible. But in the face of such a powerful system, they had no other choice. When the plane lands in Germany, the group quickly sneaks out of the airport, avoiding any contact with the authorities. Marcus's contact, a former engineer who had worked in the control center, was waiting for them in an isolated location. You've arrived, he said, visibly flustered. I have all the information you need to break into the center. But you have to understand, once you're inside, you're on your own. I can't do more than that. David agreed. That's enough. Tell us what we need to know. In the following hours, the plan was put in place. The center was well guarded, but there was an access route through a network of disused underground tunnels. But the biggest problem was not how to break in, but how to expose all the information about the Freemasons who were controlling the global transition to a green world. After we break in, we need to connect the device to the central servers, the engineer explains. This will allow all the data about the project's occult funding and links to the Freemasons to be streamed online. After that, it will all depend on how quickly we can get out of there. Ana slung her backpack over her shoulder and looked at David. We're ready. The following night, they were preparing to break into the control center. At that time, the global game for technological future and world control was about to reach its climax. David, Ana and Marcus were on the front lines of a battle of great proportions, where every decision could change the course of history. Night had fallen thickly over the German city, and the massive building that housed the Technological Transition Control Center seemed impenetrable. The bright lights surrounding the perimeter glowed in the darkness, and the constantly moving patrols synchronized their movements without fail. The building was not only protected by security, but by an entire invisible web of influence and technology. David, Ana, Marcus and their contact, a former engineer who knew every nook and cranny of the building, were holed up in an abandoned warehouse on the edge of the complex. From the shadows, they watched as the patrols followed prearranged routes, blinding lights swirling around every corner. Entering through the underground tunnels is our only chance, the engineer said, checking a tablet displaying the building's plans. The center is extremely well guarded on the surface, but the tunnels are less monitored. If we can get in there and connect to the main servers, we can download and transmit all the evidence of Masonic involvement. Ana, worried, asks, what if they catch us? What if they have alarm systems even in those tunnels? This is not just a building, it is the epicenter of their power. We'll be extremely quick, David replied, looking at them in turn. Once we connect to the server, we will have to start downloading and streaming in real time. If we do this fast enough, even if they detect us, they won't be able to stop everything in time. Patrols change every 15 minutes, said the engineer. We have to act when they regroup. It's our only window. Marcus, face pale and tired but determined, checks the map again. We are ready. We have to do this now. If we succeed, we will reveal to the whole world the truth about how the Freemasons manipulated the transition to green energy to gain total control. But if we fail, we will not fail, David said firmly. We have no choice. With small, stealthy steps, the group advances through the abandoned warehouse area and approaches the entrance to the underground tunnels. A massive metal door stood in front of them, partially covered by vegetation, hidden from prying eyes. The engineer pulled out a small hacking device and began making quick work of the door's security mechanism. This is an emergency entry, he said quietly, not looking up from the device. Used only in rare cases, so the security system is not as advanced. But we only have a few minutes before the surrounding sensors detect our activity. With a faint unlocking sound, the door slowly swung open, revealing a long, narrow staircase leading down into darkness. It's time, David said, gathering his weapon and preparing to descend. Let's move quickly. In absolute silence, they descended the stairs, leaving the world above behind. The underground tunnels were cold and damp, with moss-covered walls and old pipes. The air was heavy and the sound of their footsteps was muffled by the dense darkness. We're close to the main data systems, the engineer whispered, checking the tablet again. Once we get to the server room, we have to move fast. They will have security measures, but the device I have should give us a few precious minutes. Ana clenched her jaw, feeling the tension building. And if we still don't make it? What if these measures are stronger than we think? Then we won't stand a chance, Marcus said with a serious expression. But we cannot give in. We only have one try. As they progressed through the tunnels, into the Masons' control center, things seemed to be proceeding normally. Every operation was carefully monitored and security systems were on high alert. But what they didn't know was that deep underground, a small group of people were approaching the server room. Have the patrols checked the entire perimeter? Asked a leader of the Masonic Council. Sitting in a security room full of screens monitoring every corner of the complex. Yes, sir. Everything is under control, a security officer replied. Okay, stay alert. If something seems wrong, I want to be notified immediately. We cannot afford mistakes at this stage. With his heart racing, David arrived in front of a large metal door that led directly to the main server room. This was where all the data was stored about hidden financial transactions, about the Freemasons' connections with governments and big corporations, and about their plans to control the technology of the future. We're here, the engineer whispered, pulling out the hacking device and plugging it into the door's security panel. Once we get in, we have very little time before security detects us. David and Ana readied their weapons while Marcus, though visibly weakened, positioned himself behind them, ready to cover them. With a soft unlocking sound, the metal door slowly opened. In front of them was the server room, a vast room filled with advanced technological equipment, where cold white lights flickered on the central panels. Come on, David shouted, starting to move quickly towards one of the servers. We need to connect to this central server, the engineer explains. Once we've done that, we can download all the information and stream it in real time. Ana glanced around, feeling the tension rising by the second. We have to hurry. They'll soon know we're here. Marcus, pale-faced, stood close to the door, ready to repel any attack. We don't have much time. Let's do this quickly. In the security control center, a security officer suddenly looked up at a screen showing a small anomaly in the surveillance system. Sir, he said gravely, we've detected unusual activity in the server room. We should check right away. The leader of the Council of Masons rose from his chair with an angry look. Send the response team. If anyone is there, I want them neutralized immediately. While David, Ana and Marcus were trying to access the servers in the control center. Far away from this action in a small quiet Bavarian town of Cham, another man was preparing to intervene decisively in this unseen battle. Avascu Adrian, a man in his 40s, with a sharp mind and a deep knowledge of technology and global control mechanisms, had received an alert on his private system. Avascu, of Romanian origin, had settled in Cham to avoid the eyes of the world and to be able to work on his projects in peace. He was no ordinary man. A former cyber engineer for several security companies and a former consultant to governments on technology infrastructure issues. Adrian knew all too well about the plots that Freemasons and world elites were weaving to take control of vital resources. And although he had withdrawn from the front lines of these battles, Adrian had never truly given up. In his isolated home in Cham, Adrian watched in real time what was happening in the control center in Berlin. He was not just a mere spectator. He had built a secret cyber surveillance network and had access to the communication channels used by the Freemasons and other global organizations. He knew exactly when and where to intervene. When he saw the Freemasons' security teams being sent to the server room, Avascu knew there was no time to waste. He had to take action. "This is our chance," he whispered, looking at his monitor. "If I don't help them now, they'll be caught before they can download the data. They have no idea how advanced the Freemasons' security systems are." Avascu quickly sat down at his desk and started his advanced hacking systems. He was familiar with the technological infrastructure used by the Freemasons, as he had worked on some of them himself a few years ago. Although not part of the organization, he had been employed as a technological consultant on many of their secret projects. "If I can divert the data flow through the external servers in Cham, maybe I can buy them a few minutes," he murmured, working quickly on his keyboard. Meanwhile, in the Berlin server room, David, Ana and Marcus were frantically scrambling to connect to the central network and download all the evidence needed to expose the Freemasons' connections to the corporations manipulating the green energy transition. "I was able to connect to the server," shouted the engineer as the screen in front of him displayed a load of secret data starting to download. "How much time do we need?" David asked, visibly worried. "At least 5 minutes to transfer everything," replied the engineer. "But we have a problem. The security system has detected our activity. They'll be here in a few minutes." Ana looked over at Marcus, who was holding his position by the door, ready to defend the group. "We have to find a way to make sure the transfer continues, even if we're under attack." But before they could do anything, the screen in front of them began to display a series of encrypted messages that seemed to divert the data. An external connection had intervened in the system. "What's going on?" asked the engineer, surprised. "Data is being routed through another server," he murmured, trying to understand what was going on. "There's someone helping us," David said, suddenly realizing what was happening. "Someone outside has taken control and is redirecting our data stream. But who?" In his home in Cham, Avascu Adrian smiled slightly as he worked quickly on his systems. "We took control of the data flow. Keep going, folks. I take care of distracting them." Avascu was well aware of the security networks of the Freemasons, but he also knew that he did not have much time at his disposal. Once they discovered what he was doing, the Freemasons would send teams to stop him. But he was ready. "Their systems are complex, but we've built some of them. I know exactly how to block them for a short period of time," Adrian said as he sent new commands through the encrypted networks. In the server room, David and his team watched as the data transfer continued to move rapidly. "Someone diverted our data through an external server," the engineer said with a relieved smile. "I think we have more time than we anticipated. Looks like someone gave us a helping hand from afar." Ana looked around, still wary. "We have to continue. We can't just rely on luck. They will soon find out what we are doing and send the security forces on us." David agrees and continues to monitor the transfer. "We have 2 minutes left. Let's get ready to go." In the complex's security center, security officers had begun detecting anomalies. "Sir, someone has diverted the data stream through another external server. We believe another actor intervened," one of the officers said. "The leader of the Masonic Council lost his cool. Find out who it is and stop it. We can't afford any mistakes. If this data becomes public, it will be a disaster for us." Back in Cham, Avascu Adrian was preparing for the next step. "They started detecting me. They'll be sending teams after me soon. But it's good. We have gained enough time for the data to be transferred." As he worked, Adrian sent a final series of commands that temporarily disabled the Masons' security systems, allowing David's group to complete the transfer. "My time is running out," he said in a whisper, but with a satisfied smile. "But at least I did the right thing. I made it," shouted the engineer in the server room in Berlin. "All data transferred successfully. I have forwarded them to all secure channels. Now we have to get out of here," cried Ana, getting ready to leave. With all the data downloaded and transmitted, David, Ana and Marcus prepared to leave the control center, knowing that thanks to the intervention of an unknown ally, they had succeeded in thwarting the Masons' plans. Chapter 11. Shadows begin to fall. The cold night wind swept through the streets of Berlin, and the city seemed to be asleep in its typical midnight silence. But in the heart of the control center, things were far from calm. David, Ana and Marcus were hurrying to leave the building through the underground tunnels, knowing their time was running out. "Patrols are on their way," Ana said, looking at the screen where their engineer was monitoring security movements. "We don't have much time. Thanks to outside intervention, we were able to get everything we needed," David said firmly. "We need to find out who helped us. Whoever it is, it's bought us some precious minutes." Marcus, visibly exhausted but determined, said, "It doesn't matter who it was for now. We have the data. The world will learn the truth about the Freemasons, about control over resources and green technology. But we have to get out of here before they catch us." With quick steps, they crept through the tunnels, and after a few tense minutes, they managed to reach the exit of the underground complex. All around them, the silence was oppressive, but danger was imminent. The resistance group was waiting outside the city, ready to help them disappear from the landscape. Meanwhile, in Cham, Avascu Adrian was sitting in front of his computers, breathing deeply. He knew his effort to redirect the data had been successful, but that didn't mean the danger had passed. On the contrary, he knew that the Freemasons and global elites were now watching him. His phone started ringing. He picked up the receiver and spoke softly. "Yes, I did it. The data was transmitted securely. But I don't have much time. They already know I intervened." "Adrian," replied a voice on the other end of the line, "you must disappear immediately. Their forces are on the way. They will not hesitate to eliminate you. If you stay there, you won't stand a chance." "I know," Avascu said, looking at his monitor where, in real time, he could see more security teams approaching his location in Cham. "But I won't leave without destroying everything they have here. I have to do something to stop them from using these networks." The voice on the other end of the line grew more urgent. "Adrian, this is not the time for heroics. If they catch you, everything I've accomplished will be in vain." "I only have a few minutes," answered Avascu. "If I can destroy the cybersecurity nodes they're using, I'll slow them down. They will need weeks to recover. During this time, David and the others will be able to spread the truth. Do what you must, but get out of there as fast as you can," the voice said, before hanging up. Avascu Adrian closed the phone and focused on the screens in front of him. Hands shaking slightly with adrenaline, he began entering the commands that would have destroyed some of the Masons' cyber infrastructure. He knew exactly where to strike, the critical points of the network through which they coordinated their global movements. "It has to be quick," he whispered to himself, typing frantically. In Berlin, David and his team were moving away from the control center and into the relative safety of the resistance group. "I did it," David said, feeling relieved for the first time. "I have all the data. I have all the evidence we need to expose the connections between the Freemasons, the tech corporations and the governments involved. But now we have to make them public before we are stopped." Ana, although visibly tired, was full of determination. "We have to act fast. They will stop at nothing to stop us from exposing their plans." Marcus looked at David and said, "Who helped us? Without that intervention, we wouldn't have stood a chance." David looked around. "I don't know, but we have to find out. Someone out there is probably playing a game we don't understand yet. But for now, we have an ally. And we have to take advantage of that." Back in Cham, Avascu Adrian was nearing the end of his operation. He had managed to destroy the critical nodes of the Masonic network, but he knew that the security teams were already on their way to him. "I'm done," he said softly but with satisfaction. "We cut off some of their access to global networks. They will need time to recover. Now I must disappear. Adrian shut down all systems, erased all traces of his activity, and walked out of his small house, knowing that his time in Cham had come to an end. His car, an old utility vehicle, was parked on the side of the road. As he walked towards her, he could feel the adrenaline quickening his every step. But before he got to the car, he heard a loud screech of engines. 2 black SUVs were approaching quickly down the road, their headlights shining menacingly through the darkness. "I'm here," Adrian muttered, realizing that there was no escape on the direct road. He quickly retreated behind a nearby abandoned building and tried to control his breathing. Just a few meters away, the doors of the SUVs opened and armed men with covered faces got out of the cars and began to scan the area. "It can't be far," one of them said in Russian. "Look everywhere. It must be here. The order is clear, let's not let him get away." Avascu Adrian slowly sat down on the ground, his back against the wall of the abandoned building. He knew he didn't have much time left and the chances of escape were slim. "I did my best," he told himself. "Now it's all up to David and the others." But as his thoughts were interrupted by the approach of the soldiers, Adrian felt the vibration of his phone in his pocket. He looked at the screen and was surprised to see an unknown message. "I have access to a vehicle nearby. Get into the blue car parked on the corner. Time is short." Adrian hesitated for a second, but he had no other choice. He stood up and crept past the buildings, avoiding the soldiers' lights. After a few seconds that seemed endless, he reached an old blue car parked in a hidden corner. Following with his heart in his throat, he opened the door and climbed in quickly. There was another person in the passenger seat, who turned his head towards him. "You're welcome, Adrian. I was expecting you." Adrian recognized the voice immediately. He was one of his contacts in the underground network of fighters against the Freemasons. "Let's go," Adrian said, relieved. "I'm already too late." In Berlin, David and his group had arrived safely in a new shelter, ready to spread all the information to the international media. But they knew the fight was far from over. Chapter 12. Under Siege by Unseen Forces. The blue car, driven by the mysterious contact of Avascu Adrian, sped through the deserted streets of Cham. The headlights were off and the road they were on was silent except for the faint hum of the engine. "We don't have much time," said the driver, glancing occasionally in the rearview mirror to make sure they weren't being followed. "The Masonic soldiers will soon be scanning the entire city. We have to get to the extraction point before they close the roads." Avascu Adrian leaned against the back of the chair and took a deep breath. He knew he was one step away from being captured. All the moves he had made in the last few days were going through his mind. His intervention in destroying the Freemasons' cyber infrastructure had been a success. But now, more than ever, he knew he was being hunted. "Who sent you?" Adrian asked, looking at the driver. The man, with a calm and silent expression, briefly turned his gaze to Adrian. "I am part of the resistance network. We know what you've been up to the last few days, and we know you've destroyed a critical part of their networks. I was sent to make sure you got out of Cham safely. You are not the only one fighting against them." "And where are you taking me?" Adrian asked. "At a safe location outside the city. From there we will be able to organize the next move." David and his team completed the data transfer. Now we have to make all information public globally. If we succeed in this, the Freemasons will be exposed for what they are, the shadowy manipulators who control the technological future of the world. Avascu Adrian nodded slowly, realizing that all the sacrifices made so far were beginning to bear fruit. "And how long do you think we have before they catch us on their trail again?" "A few hours, maybe less," replied the driver. "But I have a plan. Once we get to the extraction point, we'll use a number of alternate routes to make sure they can't track the car. After that, it will be a matter of time before they completely lose track of us." Meanwhile, in Berlin, David, Ana and Marcus were preparing to disseminate the critical data they had obtained from the Freemasons' control center. With the help of the resistance group and international contacts, they had access to several independent media networks that were willing to take the information. "I've already sent some of the data to the journalists in Eastern Europe," Marcus said, checking his laptop. "But we have to move fast. Germany and other governments involved are trying to block all media channels that could pick up this information." David looked at the map Marcus was displaying with distribution points and media sources to be contacted. It is not enough to just send the documents. We also need to have a plan to protect ourselves after all this comes out. Masons will stop at nothing to stop the spread of the truth. We've made arrangements to move to a safe location as soon as everything is published, Ana said. But I know that won't be enough. They will come after us, and they will not hesitate to eliminate us. In Cham, the blue car with Ivascu Adrian on board was approaching a deserted intersection, where the headlights of another vehicle were waiting in the dark. As they approached, Adrian saw that it was a black SUV, but it did not appear to be one of the Freemasons' security vehicles. Is he our friend? Adrian asked, slightly tense. Yes, replied the driver. It's our support team. They will help us get out of town without being detected. The black SUV started moving and the blue car with Adrian and the driver silently joined. In a few minutes they entered a back road, avoiding the main routes and possible patrols. They've lost us for the moment, said the driver, breathing a sigh of relief. But that doesn't mean we're safe. We will move to the Swiss border, where we have a network of contacts who can protect us. Once we ensure that the data has been published globally, we will be able to breathe easier. That same night, in Moscow, Vladimir Putin was in his office, watching the screens showing the global activity related to the escape of Ivascu Adrian and the mission of the resistance group. The Russian leader had folded his arms and was smiling slightly. They think they got away, he said quietly, a note of satisfaction in his voice. But they will soon discover that there is no place in the world to hide from us. The global transition to green energy is too advanced to be stopped. Our plans are already in place. Even if the data is exposed, we will control public reaction. His advisor walks into the room with a serious expression on his face. Mr. President, we have received reports that our security teams have not been able to catch Ivascu. It was extracted by a resistance group. Now they are heading for Switzerland. Putin looked at the map of Europe on the wall and calmly replied, Switzerland is not a safe haven. Send teams there. If it reaches their network, it will be more difficult to trace. We cannot allow them to remain at large. It is the key to understanding the technologies we rely on. Without it, we will not be able to fully control the infrastructure. On the way to the border with Switzerland, Adrian and his driver made slow but steady progress. It was quiet in the car and the atmosphere was tense. Do you think we'll make it in time? Adrian asked, looking out the window at the dark fields by the side of the road. We have a chance, replied the driver. But we have to be ready for anything. The Masons will not let things play out that easily. They will try to catch us wherever we go. Ivascu clasped his hands on his knees, realizing how close he had been to capture. We cannot lose. If we fail to get this information to Switzerland, they will control everything. This green transition they preach is just a front for total control of the world economy. But if the world finds out the truth, they will lose power. And that's exactly why we have to keep fighting, the driver replied. Every minute counts now. In Berlin, David and his team were tracking the initial spread of information through independent media channels. Data was beginning to circulate rapidly, and journalists from all over Eastern Europe and Latin America were picking up on the hidden links between Freemasons, corporations, and governments. It's starting to spread, Marcus said with a relieved expression. Once everything is public, they won't be able to hide the truth. But let's not forget that their response will be violent, added Ana. They will not stop at just trying to stop the spread of information. They will go so far as to eliminate all those who know too much. David walked over to the window and looked into the distance. We have to prepare for what's coming. Adrian and the others are on their way to Switzerland, but if they don't get there, we won't have allies strong enough to stand against them. Chapter 1. Varani. In the early twilight hours, the faint smell of a flower that blooms every morning and dies every night dances across the dewy law. Chapter 13. The domino effect of truth. The tension in the air became increasingly oppressive as the car carrying Adrian Ivascu approached the border with Switzerland. The road was dark and empty, and the silence was broken only by the faint sound of the engine. How long to the border? Adrian asked, feeling the weight of the pressure on his shoulders. They can't follow us for long, but I can feel them getting closer. Less than an hour, the driver replied, his eyes focused on the road. But don't underestimate their power. They control everything: borders, communications, the economy. This is a battle that started long before we got involved, and now it's becoming more and more visible. Ivascue knew that everything he was doing was part of a bigger struggle. World War III was not a classic war with tanks and bombing. It was an invisible war, fought behind the curtains of the global economy, technology and information manipulation. Russia, China, and Germany, supported by occult alliances and Masonic elites, were orchestrating a plan for total control of the resources and technologies of the future. "We're already in the middle of a war," Adrian said, speaking more for himself. "The world doesn't realize it, but this transition to green energy, to control of scarce resources, to electric technology, all these are just their weapons. It is no longer about who has the most nuclear weapons. It's about who controls the technology of tomorrow." "Exactly," confirmed the driver. "And that's exactly why they'll do anything to stop us. They already control the global economy through hidden alliances, using inflation and energy resources as weapons. But if we can make the evidence public, this invisible war will become visible to everyone." In Berlin, David, Ana and Marcus sat in front of a large screen, watching as the data began to be distributed to independent news networks around the world. The mainstream media was already controlled by the elites, but independent journalists had taken over the story. It was becoming clear that what they were uncovering was not just a series of dirty dealings between corporations and governments. It was a global war, invisible to the eyes of most. "Look at this," Marcus said, pointing to a news story from South America. Independent organizations take information on how Germany and Russia manipulated energy prices to destabilize Eastern Europe. David approached the screen, his eyes filled with determination. "This is just the beginning. Once all the connections between German corporations and the Freemasons who control the energy transition are exposed, the world will understand that this is not just an economic crisis. It is a crisis created on purpose to control the whole world. And the real war started a long time ago." Ana bit her lip. "But we all know the truth won't be enough to stop them. They have all the resources. They have the power to shape reality to their liking. Even if the world finds out, it won't stop there." "I know," David replied. "But now we have a chance. People need to see that this invisible war is real. That it is no longer just about political or economic alliances. It is an all-out war for control of the vital resources of the future." Meanwhile, in Switzerland, the Masonic forces were rapidly mobilizing. Putin, from Moscow, was overseeing the entire operation, using every lever of power at his disposal to ensure that Adrian and David's team failed in their mission. "They thought they could spread the truth and destabilize us from within," Putin said with a cold expression on his face. "But they will find that this war is not won with information. It is earned with strength and control. Our teams are already on their way," one of his advisors confirmed. "They have intercepted several communications and are on their trail. The border with Switzerland is not a refuge for these dissidents. We have support from the Germans and the Chinese. It's only a matter of time." Putin smiled slightly. "Let's catch them before they reach their destination. If they fail to spread what they know, we can make them disappear without a trace." On the way to the Swiss border, Adrian felt that time was getting shorter and shorter. The car was moving quickly through the back roads, but he knew the Masonic forces were on their trail. They only had a few minutes until they reached the extraction point, where another team of the resistance network would pick them up and take them to safety. "We're close," the driver said, speeding down a dark road that led to a small border village. "Our support team will be there in a few minutes. If we manage to cross the border, we will be able to continue the fight in Switzerland. We have strong allies there, who already know what's going on." "What if we don't make it?" Adrian asked. "Then we will fight here," replied the driver firmly. "We have no other option. But we have to believe that we can do it. It's the only way we can stop this unseen war. People need to know who their real enemies are." A few kilometers away in Switzerland, the support team was already ready for Adrian's arrival. In a modest building, located on the edge of a mountain lake, several men were talking in whispers. "Everything is ready," said one of them, looking at his watch. "They will arrive soon. But we must be prepared. If the Masonic forces get here before us, it will be a hard fight." "We need Adrian," replied another. "He is the one who holds the key information about the technological structure that the Freemasons use to control the economy." Without it, we won't be able to destroy their networks. This is more than just a battle. It's about the future of the whole world. Chapter 14. The Last Line of Defense. As Adrian and his driver approached the Swiss border, the tension in the air became almost unbearable. The headlights of their car pierced the darkness of the night and the silhouettes of the mountains loomed in the distance. Just a few kilometers away were the Masonic security forces hunting them down mercilessly. "We're close," the driver said, his hands on the wheel. "A few minutes and we reach the extraction point. But we don't have much time. If their teams get here before us, we're done." Avascu Adrian clenched his jaw, aware of the stakes of the situation. "We have to get to Switzerland. There we will be able to take the fight further, destroy their networks and expose the rest of the global plan. If they catch us here, all is lost." In the distance, behind them, there was the sound of engines. The headlights of a convoy of security vehicles were rapidly approaching, closing the gap between them. "I'm here," Adrian said with a trembling voice. "It's coming. They won't catch us," the driver replied firmly. "I'm speeding up. We have to risk everything now." The car suddenly accelerated, the sound of the engine growing louder as they drove down the narrow, dark road. The taillights were getting closer, and Adrian knew that every second counted. At the extraction point, the resistance support team was waiting. There were only a few well-trained men hidden in an old wooden building located on the edge of a lake. In the oppressive silence of the night, every sound seemed amplified. The leader of the group, a man with a stern and determined look, looked at his watch. "They should have been here already," he said, feeling the tension building. "Somewhere, something happened. They will arrive," one of the team members replied. "But we have to prepare for the worst. If Masonic forces follow them, it won't be a simple draw. It will be a direct confrontation." The group leader nods his head. "Ready your weapons and be careful. We must not give in. Adrian is the key to destroying their cyber infrastructure. If we lose him now, they win the war." In Berlin, David, Ana and Marcus watched as the truth about the global invisible war began to surface. News of the covert links between Germany, Russia and China, supported by the Freemasons, was beginning to spread on the independent news networks. But at the same time, forces controlled by global elites were beginning to counter the information, discrediting it as conspiracy theories. "Look at this," Ana said, pointing to a screen displaying the comments of a German official. "They are already starting to say that everything is a lie, that it is an attempt to destabilize the European Union." "It was to be expected," David said gravely. "They will never publicly acknowledge their connections with the Freemasons. But all that matters now is that people are starting to see the truth. The invisible war is real and already underway. This is no longer a traditional war with armies. It is an economic and technological war, waged through resources and information." "But the truth won't be enough," Marcus replied, thinking about how much control the elites had over the media and the global economy. "We have to continue to expose every detail. If we stop now, they will take over again and the world will remain in darkness." Adrian's car finally arrived at the draw point. The dim moonlight revealed the old wooden building and the silhouettes of the resistance support team that awaited them. "We've arrived," said the driver, bringing the car to a sudden stop. "But we are not alone. Their forces are on our trail." Adrian quickly got out of the car and headed towards the leader of the support team. "They are close. We have to move now." The leader of the group looked into his eyes, calm but focused. "We have everything ready. But you must know that once they get here, there will be no turning back. It will be a direct confrontation." "We have no choice," Adrian replied. "We have to get to Switzerland. From there, we can continue to fight. It all depends on that." The support team began to move quickly, preparing their weapons and equipment. As Adrian prepared to board the vehicle that would take them to the border, the sound of engines could be heard in the distance. "I'm coming," one of the team members said in a low voice. It's about time. Masonic forces, led by a special security group, quickly arrived at the extraction point. Their black cars suddenly stopped, and armed men got out of them, ready to neutralize any resistance. "Don't let them escape," shouted one of the security team leaders. "We need it alive." A volley of gunfire erupted from both sides. Adrian's support team fights back, trying to stop the advance of the Masonic forces. Adrian, caught in the middle of the chaos, could feel his heart pounding in his chest, but he knew he couldn't stop. "Get in the car," shouted the leader of the support team, pushing Adrian towards the vehicle prepared for their escape. "Leave nothing behind," continued the leader of the security team as his troops approached. "We have to catch them before they get to the border." Adrian quickly climbed into the car as the support team began to cover the retreat. The car suddenly started, and Adrian looked back, seeing the gunfire lighting up the darkness of the night. They only had a few minutes to cross the border. In Moscow, Putin silently watched the operation unfold via live reports. A cold smile appeared on his lips. They will not be able to escape. Even if they reach Switzerland, we are already one step ahead of them. This is a fight I cannot win. In the car approaching the border, Adrian was thinking about what was going to happen next. He knew it wasn't just a run for survival. It was a fight to expose a global war, invisible to most people but shaping every aspect of life. "If we can get through," he murmured to himself, "we'll turn the tide of this war. People will see the truth." Chapter 15. At the border between life and death. The car moved quickly through the darkness of the mountain, and Adrian could feel the vibration of every stone under the wheels. There was an oppressive silence inside the vehicle, broken only by the rapid breathing of those around. The Swiss border was only a few kilometers away, but every kilometer traveled seemed to bring the danger closer. "How much more do we have?" Adrian asked, trying to control his anxiety as he looked behind him, expecting at any moment to see the black beacons of the Masonic forces appear down the road. "Less than 5 minutes," replied the driver, his hands on the wheel. "But we are not alone. They're on our trail. We have to accelerate." The car accelerated even faster, exceeding the safe speed, as the road began to narrow. Adrian knew that if they didn't make it in time, all was lost. Without him and the information he had about the Masons' cyber infrastructure, all their efforts to expose the truth would have been in vain. In the distance, the lights of the Swiss border became more and more visible. It seemed that rescue was at hand. "I see them," shouted another member of the resistance team in the vehicle, pointing behind them. Down the road, a few kilometers back, a convoy of black cars was fast approaching. Their headlights shone menacingly in the night. "I'm too close," Adrian murmured, feeling the tension tighten in his chest. "We have to do something." At the Swiss border checkpoint, the support team was preparing to extract Adrian and his men. The extraction vehicles were already in position and the men were waiting armed. "Their teams are on their way," said one of the support team members. "We only have a few minutes before the confrontation begins. If they don't make it across the border in time, it's going to be a fight." "We must be ready," the team leader replied with a firm look. "We cannot lose this chance. Adrian is the key to understanding the Masons' plans. If we fail to protect it, they will continue to manipulate the global economy, resources and technology. The world won't stand a chance." Putin was watching the events in Moscow with a calm but determined expression. On his screen, he could see the live reports of the security teams following Adrian and his team. "They'll be at the border in a few minutes," his aide said. "But our teams are close to catching them. If we can stop them now, it will all be over. We mustn't let them get away." Putin replied coldly. "If they get to Switzerland, we'll have a bigger problem. And if their information reaches the general public, our invisible war will become impossible to control. Stop them before they get through." In the car approaching the border, Adrian looked ahead and felt a small wave of hope as the lights of the Swiss checkpoint approached. "We are close. If we can get through, we'll be safe." "We're not there yet," replied the driver, pressing the accelerator even harder. "They're coming from behind and they're not going to give up easily." However, as they neared the border, a loud explosion rang out in the distance, and the road in front of them was suddenly blocked by another vehicle. A Freemason security team had appeared just before the border. "They've got us in a trap," shouted one of the team members. "We can't stop now, we have to move quickly," Adrian said, holding out a folder full of classified documents. "The forces of the Masons are already on the move. And now that our broadcast is in the hands of the public, they will follow us more intensely than ever." One of the journalists, a woman with sharp eyes and experience in global disclosures, looked at the documents with a serious expression. "We have shared the information with all our contacts, but we must prepare for the consequences. They will respond quickly and violently. No one gets away with revealing the secrets you have brought to light. Ana, pale-faced, looked out the large window of their temporary apartment, where the lights of the city danced beneath ominous clouds. They will start with discrediting. They will use the controlled media to turn the public against us. Then they will come after us directly. It's always the same scenario. Adrian nodded, acknowledging the truth in her words. But the truth is now out. Even if they discredit us, even if they eliminate us, the information will remain. People will begin to see how everything is controlled, how every economic and energy crisis has been manipulated to keep the same elites in power. The leader of the group of journalists, a young but tired-looking man, slowly raised his hand. The problem is not just to expose the truth, Adrian. It is to make people see it, to accept it. The world is so tired and overwhelmed by constant crises that it doesn't know what to believe. While the team held their talks, hundreds of kilometers away, Putin sat in his stately office in the Kremlin. The silence that reigned in the room was broken only by the steady sound of the rain hitting the huge windows. The reports had come one after the other, and his calm expression had darkened. The transmissions have been distributed widely, said one of the advisors, standing straight in front of the massive wooden desk. The data is on all the independent platforms, and journalists are already taking the materials. If we do not act now, the impact will be catastrophic for our global position. Not catastrophically, Putin replied in a low voice, looking up at the advisor. It's just uncomfortable. We control official information flows. We will launch a smear campaign. We will create confusion, doubt, and make their truth seem like a meaningless conspiracy. We already have people working on this, the advisor continued. But the initial impact was strong. There is a risk that the governments we manipulate through these networks will start to have internal problems. The world is starting to ask questions. They won't ask questions for too long, Putin said with a cold look. When chaos and doubt sets in, they will look for the leaders they need to restore order. And those leaders are us. Back in Geneva, Adrian and Ana were preparing to leave their temporary hideout. Their time there was running out fast, and every minute seemed to be a battle against the invisible. We have to go before they find us, Adrian said as he hurriedly gathered his things. They'll try to locate us quickly, and they probably already have teams on our trail. Ana slung a backpack over her shoulder and looked out the window for a moment, noting how the heavy clouds seemed to be getting closer and closer to the city. We don't have much time left. The storm is coming, and they will not hesitate to strike with all their might. The few remaining journalists watched them with concerned eyes. We will do our best to spread the word further, said their leader. But be careful. The truth is a dangerous weapon, and they know how to destroy it. As they walked out into the dark and damp streets of Geneva, Adrian and Ana could feel the danger in the air. It wasn't just fear, it was an awareness that their world had completely changed. Every step was full of uncertainty, every move watched. And now what do we do? Ana asked, her voice full of fatigue, but also determination. We're always moving, Adrian replied. We can't stop, not now. The world is just beginning to learn the truth. And we must be there to guide them. They will try to stop us, discredit us, eliminate us, but we know that people will feel that something is wrong. The truth, however distorted, still has a power that they cannot fully control. We have to believe that, Ana added, shoving her hands in her pockets and feeling the chill of the night air on her skin. There is nothing left for us. With each passing hour, the revelations in their broadcast began to cause tremors in power circles. Governments around the world were beginning to feel the effects. Uncomfortable questions, independent media digging into topics not covered by the mainstream media, and, most dangerously, growing public doubt. Maybe not everything is as we thought, said many ordinary people, watching the documents distributed by Adrian's group online. Once the general public began to realize that these were not mere conspiracy theories, but solid facts demonstrating the links between global financial elites and political corruption, tensions rose. Protests were starting to break out in different corners of the world, small groups at first. But every word that got around created a bigger wave. As the night deepened, Adrian and Ana reached an older building, a safe place arranged by their support group in Geneva. The lights were dim, and there was a heavy stillness in the air. Now comes the real fight, Adrian said, staring at a map spread out on the table. It's not just about transmitting information. It's about survival. We don't know how far they will go to stop us, but we have to prepare for the worst. Ana, with a tired but determined expression, sat down next to him. It all starts now. The invisible war has come to light. But we are ready to continue. For David, for all who fought and died. We can't stop anymore. At that moment, the storm broke out over Geneva, lightning lighting up the sky above the city. Adrian and Ana knew that with the rain and wind relentlessly beating across the deserted streets, a bigger storm was coming, a storm of truth, misinformation and revenge. Chapter 21. The calm before the storm. The rain poured over Geneva, hitting the windows of the old building where Adrian and Ana sat in silence. The flickering lights of the deserted streets reflected slivers of shadow, like specters of a battle to come. You realize we've entered a phase we can no longer control, Adrian said, looking at himself in the small mirror in the room. His eyes, once full of hope and determination, now looked tired, shadowed by the burden he carried. David is gone. It's just us, and everything we've revealed is already there. They are ready to counter, to overturn everything. We have to prepare for the final blow. Ana took off her raincoat and placed it on the back of a chair. She looked exhausted, but the fire in her eyes had not diminished. I didn't expect it to be easy. We knew from the beginning that we would pay the price. The question is, how far are they willing to go to stop us? Her words seemed to hang heavy in the charged air of the room. Each of them knew what those words meant. It was no longer just a battle of ideas, information or truth. It was a life and death battle, and their opponents did not shy away from extreme measures. They'll go all the way, Adrian answered finally, taking a deep breath. They've done it before and they'll do it again. They have everything: resources, money, political power. We only have the truth, and even then, we don't know if it will be enough. That same night, in the heart of Moscow, Vladimir Putin sat in his office, burdened by the gravity of the moment. The storm in Geneva seemed to have caught up with him. Metaphorically speaking, the truth, that thing so fragile and powerful at the same time, had begun to seep into the dark corners of the world. The world is on alert, said one of his advisors, leaning over a long table covered with maps and reports. Information has started to circulate, and the independent press amplifies it. Protests have begun to break out in several major cities, and governments involved in our networks are on the defensive. Putin looked up from a report and stared coldly at those in the room. All this is temporary. People are easily influenced. Now they are scared, angry. But this anger can be used against them. If we succeed in amplifying doubt, fear and confusion, we will overturn everything these rebels have built. We will use their truth against them. In Geneva, in the hidden apartment, Adrian and Ana were analyzing their next move. The sound of the storm continued to beat rhythmically against the windows, as if foreshadowing something darker. We need to make sure they can't follow us too quickly, Ana said, checking their security devices. We already know that the Freemasons have endless resources. But if we can make them think we've spread out in multiple places, we'll be able to confuse them long enough to continue spreading the word. We have contacts in several countries who are willing to help us, Adrian replied, spreading maps and documents on the table. But if we don't move fast, they'll start cutting all our ties. This is the critical phase. We know they are trying to discredit us. But now they want to eliminate us completely. If they succeed, they will rewrite everything and bury the truth again. Meanwhile, in the dark streets of Geneva, the agents of the Masons moved swiftly and silently. Black, unmarked vehicles whizzed past elegant buildings and squares filled with tourists who had no idea of the dangerous game unfolding right before their eyes. The operation commander, a man with a stony expression, was looking out the window of the vehicle as he coordinated his team. We have a short window of opportunity. They think they are safe here in Switzerland. But they underestimated us. Our teams are already in position. Adrian and Ana will have nowhere to hide. Shall we go in force? Asked one of the underlings. The commander nodded slowly. Yes. No warning. We can no longer afford to play defensively. This time, we'll take them all. No witnesses. In the hidden apartment, Ana began to notice something strange on the security device. Signals around the building appeared to be disrupted. Adrian, something's wrong, she said, standing up suddenly and walking over to the window. He looked down and saw several suspicious vehicles parked at the end of the street. I think they found us. Adrian also approached, and his face immediately became serious. It's moving faster than we expected. We have to go now. But we don't have another safe place for now, Ana replied, feeling the adrenaline flood her system. Where can we go without being followed? Adrian clasped his hands together on the edge of the table, closing his eyes for a moment to concentrate. We must disperse. We will meet with the journalists at another point. But now, if we stick together, they'll catch us. The Freemasons' commander had already received confirmation of Adrian and Ana's position. Their vehicles silently approached the building as the assault teams dismounted and prepared to enter. They were well prepared for any resistance, but they knew that time was of the essence. They had to capture them before they managed to escape again. Ana and Adrian quickly threw a backpack behind each of them, preparing to flee the building through a secondary exit. Despite the gathering storm outside, they knew they had no time to waste. This is our chance, Adrian said, taking one last look at the apartment. We have to move now. Let's go, Ana said, already opening the hidden door at the back of the room. With quick, silent steps, they walked out into a dark alley behind the building. Wind and rain whipped their faces, and every sound around them seemed to remind them of how close the dangers were. But they were not yet saved. Masonic forces broke down the apartment door a few minutes later, but found the place empty. The commander walked slowly across the room, noticing the clear traces of a hasty departure. They left recently, he said softly, sending a message to the teams around town. They'll try to disperse, but we'll find them. Chapter 21. The Calm Before the Storm Number 2. Adrian and Ana ran through the deserted streets of Geneva, wind and rain whipping their faces as each step brought them closer to an uncertain destiny. Every breath was heavy and filled with adrenaline. Any wrong move could be the last. We have to get to the rendezvous point, Adrian said between two gasping breaths. The extraction crew should be ready, but we have to move fast. The Masons are after us. But at that very moment, the world seemed to shake. A loud explosion shook the ground, coming from somewhere in the heart of the city. The sound reverberated through the buildings and the bright light of the explosion lit up the dark sky, cutting the rain like a fiery sword. A huge shock wave spread through the city, and Ana and Adrian were nearly thrown to the ground by the force of the disaster. What was that? Ana shouted, slowly standing up and trying to regain her balance. He could feel his heart beating wildly, and the air seemed hard to breathe. A massive explosion, Adrian said, looking behind them where thick plumes of smoke were beginning to rise into the air. It's too close. I think it hit one of the central districts. In the distance, the sounds of sirens began to be heard from all directions as fire engines and police tried to reach the scene of the disaster. The city, which until now had been calm under the cloak of the storm, was now total chaos. Panic was spreading rapidly and the deserted streets were beginning to fill with frightened people fleeing in all directions. Ana and Adrian turned their gaze to the sky, where the smoke was beginning to thicken. The explosion had been so powerful that it seemed to have shaken the entire structure of the city. You think it's from them? Ana asked, her voice shaking with disbelief. You think the Freemasons started this to create chaos and stop us? Adrian wiped his rain-soaked forehead and nodded slowly. I don't know, but it fits their style. If they can't catch us directly, they will use the disaster to create confusion, chaos, and cover their tracks. In the middle of a catastrophe, they'll be able to neutralize us without anyone noticing. But an explosion of this magnitude, it couldn't just be a simple localized attack. Ana added, it's too big. It should be part of a larger plan. Meanwhile, in the Kremlin, Putin was receiving the report about the explosion. His face, normally calm and unruffled, had a shadow of cool satisfaction. They're starting to lose their balance, he said quietly, not taking his eyes off the monitor showing live images from Geneva. Chaos is our ally now. In the midst of disaster, no one will seek the truth. We will always be one step ahead. An advisor approaches the desk with a report in hand. The explosion was stronger than we anticipated. It hit the economic center of the city. Digital infrastructure and communications are already compromised. The news will be dominated by disaster. No one will talk about the truth exposed by Adrian and his team. Perfect, Putin replied calmly. Start the disinformation campaign immediately. We have to put all the blame on a fictitious terrorist cell. We will exploit fear and uncertainty. And while they focus on their safety, we'll finish what we started. Quote. Adrian and Ana continued to run through the streets crowded with confused and scared people. Thick smoke had already started covering several neighborhoods and the police were desperately trying to control the situation. A few rescue helicopters were flying in the sky, but panic was already spreading. We need to get away from downtown, Adrian said, pulling Ana down a less crowded side street. I'm sure they will use this disaster to trap us. In the chaos, no one will notice if we disappear. Ana tried to control her breathing, but the thought that the Masons might have set off the explosion just to catch her gave her chills. It can't be true. Would he be able to destroy a city just to cover his tracks? Adrian looked at her seriously. They don't play by the usual rules. Their power is so great that they don't care about the lives lost. If it means maintaining control, they will go all the way. The explosion is just the beginning. A few blocks away, teams of Masons were moving quickly through the ruins and thick smoke, trying to locate Adrian and Ana. In the chaos generated by the explosion, their chances of escape were minimal. The commander of the security team had already received clear orders. Their capture or elimination was the priority. We've got them on the radar, one of the agents said, tracking the faint signals on a tracking device. They're heading for the edge of town, but they can't go very far. Every exit is blocked by our teams. The commander gave the order to attack. Begin capture operation. In this chaos, no one will notice if they disappear. We'll make it look like an accident. Adrian and Ana had finally arrived at a small abandoned building on the outskirts of town. They were covered in smoke and mud, exhausted from their effort to escape. We can't stay here long, Adrian said, his voice heavy with weariness. We have to think about the next move. If they set off the blast to get us, they'll keep hunting us until we have nowhere to hide. Ana, shivering slightly from the cold and stress, sat down on the dirty floor. They reduced us to fugitives. From truth exposed to total chaos in just a few hours. The world will never know how close we came to complete destruction. Not yet, Adrian said, a glint of determination in his eyes. But we're still here, and if we're alive, we still have one chance to turn it all around. This is not the end, Ana. It's just the beginning. The explosion in Geneva was not just an accident. It was the start signal of a war that Adrian and Ana had not anticipated at this intensity. With a city in chaos and a world beginning to sink into uncertainty, everything depended on his next moves. Chapter 22. Shadows of Power. Thick smoke continued to rise from Geneva, covering the city like a cloak of darkness. The streets were still full of panic, with people running in every direction as the sound of sirens and rescue helicopters echoed in the background. But, hidden in the outskirts of the city, Adrian and Ana were trying to catch their breath and understand what they were going to do. We don't have much time, Adrian said, looking around the abandoned building where they had taken shelter. They are hunting us. The explosion in Geneva was just the beginning. They will do anything to cover up what I have revealed. If we stay put, they will find us. Ana wiped sweat and dust from her forehead. We have to move again. But where can we go? We have nowhere to hide. Every exit from the city is blocked. And even if we leave Geneva, their influence extends everywhere. Nothing is certain anymore. Quote. We must go to Italy, Adrian answered suddenly, standing up with renewed determination. Ana looked at him in surprise. Italy? What do you hope to find there? Adrian turned to her, his eyes burning with deep conviction. It's not about what we're going to find, it's about who. I have contacts at the Vatican. I know things about the Pope and his connections with the Freemasons. If we can expose these connections, we will destabilize their entire power structure. Meanwhile, at the Vatican. In the heart of Rome, the Pope strolled quietly through the Vatican gardens, accompanied only by a few close confidants. The night had been filled with reports of the Geneva explosion and the effects of the disaster on the public. We must move with caution, the Pope said, pausing to look at the statue of a saint towering over them. Geneva is just the beginning. We all know that the truth exposed by those rebels can shake our foundations. Cardinal Alessandro, one of his closest advisors, nodded, raising his hands under his red cassock. But we cannot allow these people to overturn everything we have built. We need to take more drastic measures. They are already taken, said the Pope, his voice deep and calm. Our ties to the Freemasons are deeply rooted in the global power structure. If they found out the truth, the world would fall apart. But we must not lose our patience. In the chaos created now, people will come back to us, as always. And we will be there to guide you. But if their rebellion grows? Alessandro asked, looking at him with concern. If people start to believe that the Vatican was involved in all these manipulations? The Masons planned everything, but we are the visible part of the power. The Pope folded his hands behind his back and looked at the sky. I always knew this moment would come. In a changing world, our control over the masses depends on our ability to adapt. These rebels believe that exposing the truth will destroy our network. But we will use the truth to strengthen control. The chaos created will bring us closer to our ultimate goal. You mean the complete subjugation of the world? Alessandro asked. Papa smiled coldly. Exact. In a world falling prey to fear and despair, the Church will remain the only constant. When nothing else is safe, people will come to us, and we will control them under the guise of salvation. On their way to Italy, Adrian and Ana continued to flee Geneva, using the chaos generated by the explosion to escape the teams of Freemasons who were hunting them. When they arrived at the border, tired and exhausted, Adrian looked at Ana seriously. The Vatican is the key, he said quietly. They were complicit in everything that happened in the last decades. The Freemasons could not have consolidated their control over the world without the Church. That is why we need to expose these connections. If we can show the world that the Pope was at the head of this plot, everything will fall apart. Ana looked at him, worried. But how can we expose something so deeply rooted in the global fabric? The Vatican is one of the oldest and most powerful institutions in the world. Even if we expose the truth, people will be too scared or too blind to believe. It's a battle of conscience, Adrian replied. People need to see that those symbols they have revered for centuries are not what they seem. The Pope is a pawn in the Freemasons' game. And if we can prove that, we will shake global confidence. In Rome, the Vatican was already on alert. The secret agents of the Masons were a few hours away from capturing Adrian and Ana. The order had been given, by any means necessary. The rebels were to be eliminated before they reached Rome. The commander of the Masonic teams coordinated the operations from a hidden office in the heart of a luxurious district of Rome. They are heading for the Vatican, he told a small group of elite operatives. Adrian thinks he can expose our connections with the Pope. But it will never reach the gates of the Vatican. We are already one step ahead. And if they manage to sneak into Rome? Asked one of the agents. The commander sat down in a chair, smiling coldly. Rome is our city. The Vatican is already prepared for any eventuality. Any movement of theirs will be stopped before they take any significant step. We will find them and eliminate them without anyone noticing. With every kilometer they left behind, Adrian and Ana could feel the Masons' net tightening around them. As their vehicle entered the busy streets of Rome, tense and exhausted, they knew their fate was on a knife's edge. Once we reach the Vatican, there will be no turning back. Adrian said, looking into her tired eyes. We have to be ready for anything. If we can get in touch with my sources there, we have a chance to expose everything. Ana clenched her hands around a small bag, which contained the essential documents they had managed to collect over time. What if we don't make it? Adrian looked silently at the Vatican that rose before them, lit like a fortress in the middle of a city full of history. Then we will be faced with the greatest conspiracy in human history. Chapter 23. Vatican Secret Archive. In the narrow cobbled streets of Rome, Adrian and Ana slipped between the shadows of the old buildings, trying to avoid the eyes of the agents of the Masons who were closely following them. The massive buildings around them seemed to breathe history and conspiracies, and every corner of the old city seemed to hide an untold story. We're close, Adrian said in a low voice, looking at Ana seriously. It won't be easy to get in, but my contact in the Vatican can help us access one of the world's best-kept secrets, the Vatican Secret Archive. Ana looked at him with a combination of curiosity and fear. Do you really think we'll find evidence there? I've heard stories about the archive, but no one has ever confirmed what's really in there. It is a place so well hidden that only a few have access. I'm convinced, Adrian replied, with firm determination in his voice. In the secret archive there are documents that prove the connection of the Vatican with the Freemasons. Not just simple collaborations, but a global conspiracy spanning centuries. It is where the truth about the manipulation of religion and power has been hidden, and if we can bring this information to light, we will reveal one of the darkest chapters in human history. The Vatican, at night, shone like a fortress of gold and light in the midst of Rome. The huge buildings, the basilicas, and St. Peter's Square seemed peaceful, but beneath the surface of this sacred place an invisible battle for the truth was being waged. Behind the walls of the Vatican was the secret archive, a location off limits to most people. The Vatican archives are said to house thousands of secret documents, from papal letters dating back to the Middle Ages to secret agreements with the governments of the modern world. But the real treasure of this archive was hidden even deeper: the overwhelming evidence of how the Vatican collaborated with the Freemasons to control global resources, manipulate world events, and influence the direction of the entire civilization. Adrian and Ana had finally arrived at a small meeting point, hidden from the eyes of the world, on the outskirts of the Vatican. The location was a small disused chapel known only to those closest to the secret orders. My contact will meet us here, Adrian said, catching his breath and discreetly checking the area. He's a priest with access to classified documents in the archive. He can take us there. But we must be extremely careful. Once we're inside, any misstep could expose us and be the end of us. Ana looked at him gravely, but she was determined. Let's do this. The door to the chapel opened with a faint sound, and a tall figure in simple robes appeared from behind it. The man's face was covered by a shadow, but as he approached, Adrian recognized him immediately. Father Francesco, Adrian said, holding out his hand. Blessed Francesco smiled sadly. We don't have much time, Adrian. The entire Vatican is on alert. They know you're here. We have done our best to keep the peace, but their influence is stronger than we expected. Quote. Chapter 25. The Popes of the Future and the Hidden Plan. The lights of Rome lay before them like an ocean of possibilities and dangers. Adrian and Ana had come out of the Vatican tunnels, narrowly escaping the agents of the Masons who were relentlessly pursuing them. Their breathing was ragged and their hearts were beating chaotically in their chests. We're outside, Adrian said, looking around quickly. But the danger has not passed. And now, we have in our hands something much more powerful than we imagined. Quote. Ana glanced over Rome, where the apparent stillness of the night hid a terrifying truth. We are out of the Vatican, but now the real challenge begins. If we can't distribute these documents securely, we've escaped for nothing. Even worse, Adrian added. Inside, I discovered something I never even anticipated, not only evidence of the Vatican's collaboration with the Freemasons, but also a detailed list of who the next popes will be. Plans for hundreds of years into the future. Ana looked at him in shock. What do you mean? I can't control who becomes pope, or can I? Yes, that's exactly what I'm doing, Adrian answered gravely. In the secret archive we found documents showing how the Vatican, together with the Freemasons, carefully planned who would occupy the papal chair for the next hundreds of years. It's not just about religious influence, it's about political and economic control of the world. Everything is already decided. At the Vatican, in the hidden room where Masonic agents were coordinating the capture operation. The team leader was staring at the monitor with an expression of cold anger. Adrian and Ana had escaped for the moment, but their agents were not far away. We need to retrieve those documents, the commander said through gritted teeth. If the world finds out about our plans for future popes, everything we've built will come crashing down. We cannot allow them to disclose this information. The Vatican and we are tied far too deeply to lose now. We've sent extra teams to Rome, said one of the agents. Tracing the maps of where Adrian and Ana could be hiding. They will be found. It's only a matter of time. As Adrian and Ana sneak through the dark streets of Rome, the talk of future popes continues to trouble them. The truth of what they had discovered was far more dangerous than they could have imagined. How is such a thing possible? Ana asked as they hurried along, always looking over their shoulder. How can they control the Vatican at such a level? It's all about the power of information and strategic alliances. Adrian replied. For centuries, Freemasons and the Vatican have worked together to manipulate global power structures. Since the Middle Ages, they have laid the foundations of a silent collaboration, hidden under the cloak of religion and spirituality. But in reality, it's all about controlling resources, money, and political power. Ana stopped for a moment, staring wide-eyed. So the election of the Pope is not a divine election at all. It's a plan drawn up by those in the shadows. Exactly, Adrian replied. I have seen documents in the archive detailing how every pope over the past hundreds of years has been carefully chosen, guided and controlled. Each pope had a role to play in the overall plan of the Vatican and the Freemasons. But more seriously, the documents show that they already know who the next popes will be. Everything is ready for the next generations. And what am I after? Ana asked with a trembling voice. What is the ultimate purpose of this control? Adrian looked into her eyes with overwhelming seriousness. Their goal is simple, the complete unification of religious and political power under one global government. They want the Vatican to become not only the spiritual center of the world, but also the political center, along with the Freemasons. A world where religion is used to control every aspect of life. Ana suddenly felt dizzy with the magnitude of the revelations. So everything is planned. Even the popes we consider spiritual leaders are but puppets in a much bigger game. Exactly, Adrian replied. And if this information comes to light, it will be a global shock. People's faith in the Vatican will be destroyed. They will see the truth, that every decision, every conclave, every papal election was orchestrated in secret. Meanwhile, in the Vatican, the Pope sat in the council chamber, surrounded by his close advisors. His face was calm, but deep tension could be read in his eyes. Adrian and Ana found out about our plan for future popes, the Pope said quietly. Looking at Cardinal Alessandro, now I know that not only the past is controlled, but also the future. Alessandro rubbed his hands together agitatedly. If this information gets to the public, it will destroy us. We cannot let this happen. Our control over the world depends on people's faith in the divine authority of the Church. If they find out that the popes were chosen in advance, according to a secret plan, no one will trust us anymore. Don't worry, the Pope said with icy calm. Over the centuries, we have faced such threats before. People are easy to manipulate. If the truth comes out, we will create a new story, a new narrative. We will make them believe that it was all a fake conspiracy, a disinformation created by those who want to destroy us. We've done it before, we'll do it again. In Rome, Adrian and Ana were approaching the place where they were going to meet with some independent journalists, the only ones they trusted to disseminate the information they had discovered. This is our chance, Adrian said as they approached a small cafe hidden among the old streets of the city. If we can hand over the documents and make the journalists understand the gravity of the situation, the world will know everything. Ana nodded, but something in her eyes betrayed a deep uneasiness. What if we don't make it? What if they don't believe? The Freemasons and the Vatican have immense resources. They can discredit any story. They can make us disappear without a trace. I know, Adrian replied, his voice grave. But we have no other option. It's the only chance to expose the truth. If we don't do it now, they will continue to control the world from the shadows and their plan for the future will come true. The world as we know it will be lost. Chapter 26. The Shadow of Misinformation. In the hidden cafe in Rome, the dim light from the ceiling bulbs flickered slightly, reflecting the tension in the air. Adrian and Ana waited, hearts racing, as the world outside continued on its course. Oblivious to the terrifying truth they carried in their packs. They'll come, Adrian said, looking at Ana, who couldn't hide her concern. Journalists know how important this meeting is. If we can get them the documents, they will have the power to reveal the truth. But what if we don't make it all the way? Ana asked, wringing her hands. We have already seen what they are capable of. If the Vatican and the Freemasons find out we're here, they won't hesitate to eliminate us. Adrian nodded. I know, but we have no choice. We've come too far to stop now. If we don't, they will control the future. And people will never know the truth about the popes of the future and their plans for global domination. Meanwhile, at the Vatican, tensions had reached boiling point. Freemason agents had reported that Adrian and Ana had escaped from the catacombs, but were now in Rome, ready to hand over the documents to independent journalists. In the Vatican boardroom, the Pope and Cardinal Alessandro were discussing how to stop the leak. "We must act now," Alessandro said, wringing his hands nervously. "If those documents come out, everyone will know about our plans. About the popes of the future. About how the Vatican has manipulated religion and politics for centuries. It will be the end of us." The Pope looked up from an old book full of cryptic notes. "It's not the end of us," he replied in a calm voice. "It's just a challenge. Throughout history, we have faced threats like this before. People can be easily manipulated. The truth can be easily twisted. But these journalists are independent. We can't control what they write," Alessandro continued. Papa smiled slightly, setting the book aside. "We have the necessary resources to discredit them. People believe what they are told, not what is real. Once we release our own version of events, it will be impossible to tell the truth from the lie. We will create an alternative narrative. A story that will make Adrian and Ana look like nothing more than conspiracy fanatics." Adrian and Ana were waiting when the cafe door opened. Enter two modestly dressed but sharp-eyed men who seemed to be analyzing every detail in the room. They were the independent journalists that Adrian and Ana had contacted. They sat down at their table in silence. "I hope we understand the risks," said one of the journalists, glancing around briefly. "If these documents are real, if what you have told us is true, we are risking our lives to publish them. The Vatican and the Freemasons will not remain silent." Ana took out the backpack from which she had extracted the files from the Vatican secret archive and placed them on the table. "This is the truth," she said, her voice full of determination. "We have evidence that the Vatican and the Freemasons control the election of popes for the next hundreds of years. They manipulate politics and religion to create a unified world under their rule. Everything is here. If this information is published, people will know about their plan. Their whole system will collapse." Journalists began flipping through the documents, their eyes widening as they discovered the depth and gravity of the conspiracy. "It's unbelievable. I didn't think something like this could be real," said one of them. "But it will be hard to prove," added the other. "Even with this evidence, the Vatican has huge resources to stop us. They will launch a massive disinformation campaign. They will do everything in their power to discredit us before people can read these documents." Adrian leaned forward, looking her straight in the eye. "That's exactly why you have to act fast. You have to post everything before they have time to fight back. It's the only chance to reveal the truth." At the Vatican, the Pope and his advisors were discussing the next step. A strategy to counter information leaks was already being prepared. Public relations teams had been mobilized and disinformation campaigns were being prepared. "We'll say it's a baseless conspiracy," Pope said calmly as he sipped his coffee. "We will use our influence on the international media to spread rumors that Adrian and Ana are fanatics trying to destabilize the church. We will accuse them of fabricating these documents. We will create chaos, confusion and doubt." "What if someone believes these allegations?" Alessandro asked. The Pope raised his hand slightly. "People will believe what we tell them. Fear is our strongest ally. Fear of the unknown, fear of change. We will say that the Vatican is under attack and that the only solution is to consolidate its power. And people will accept, because they will want stability, not the truth." With the files in the hands of the journalists, Adrian and Ana felt a wave of relief, but also of fear, engulf them. They knew this was the turning point. If journalists published the documents, the truth could change everything. But if the Vatican and the Freemasons succeeded in stopping them, all would be lost. "We'll get to work on the publication right away," one of the journalists said, getting up from the table. "But you have to know it's going to be a tough fight. They will follow us and try to stop us." "We know," Ana answered gravely. "But it's a risk we're willing to take." But at that very moment, Adrian sensed that something was wrong. He looked out the window and noticed a few cars parked in front of the cafe with their headlights off. In a split second, he realized what was happening. "We have to go. Now," he shouted, suddenly standing up and pulling Ana after him. Confused reporters hurriedly followed as Adrian led them to the back exit of the cafe. "They found us," Adrian whispered, pulling Ana down a narrow alley. Agents of the Freemasons are here. If they catch us now, all will be lost. In the Vatican, the Pope was receiving reports on the situation in Rome. Freemason agents were already on the trail of Adrian and Ana, and the final confrontation was imminent. It will be the end of them, said the Pope with a cold smile. Truth is not what people want. It's what we lead them to believe. Chapter 27. The beginning of the end. With footsteps echoing on the wet pavement of the streets of Rome, Adrian, Ana and the two journalists hurried through the darkness, looking for a way to escape. Behind them, the headlights of the Masonic agents' cars were beginning to flicker around the corners of the narrow alleys. They knew their time was running out. We don't have much time left, Ana said, drawing in a ragged breath. If they catch us here, all is lost. The documents, the truth, everything. We have to get to our newsroom, replied one of the journalists, his eyes wide open. Seeking refuge. We have secure connections that we can use to share everything online. If we can get there, we can spread the documents before it's too late. Adrian looked behind him and realized that the agents' cars were getting closer and closer. Their bright headlights were fast approaching, like predators stalking their prey. Let's hurry, he said, his voice grave. We can't let it end like this. The truth must come out. In the Vatican, the Pope and Cardinal Alessandro were watching the reports in real time. On their screens, the Masons' agents were relaying updates on Adrian and Ana's location. They won't escape, said the Cardinal, worried but determined. We will catch them before they can make the documents public. Everything is under control. Under control? Repeated the Pope, looking on with an impenetrable expression. We already lost control when they left the archive. But don't worry, even if the documents come to light, the world will not know what to believe. We will turn the truth into something people cannot accept. But what do we do if people start believing? If the truth really penetrates their consciousness? Alessandro asked. They won't, the Pope replied firmly. People are not ready for such shocking truths. We will give them confusion, fear and doubt. We will reverse everything. Their truth will become just another conspiracy. The world will continue to believe in us because we provide stability in a chaotic world. With every second that passed, Adrian, Ana and the journalists got closer and closer to the secret newsroom. It was a small unofficial location, hidden among the older streets of Rome, but with access to a secure server. Once there, they had a chance to release the documents to the world. We're close, one of the reporters said, glancing back quickly. We just have to hang on a little longer. But at that very moment, the sound of a gunshot rang out from behind. Adrian and Ana ducked suddenly, hiding in the shadows as the bullets whizzed past them. They found us, Ana shouted, drawing her weapon to fight back. We must go on, Adrian replied, trying to move between the shadows of the buildings. We can't stop now. The fight became more and more intense. The Masons' agents were firing with precision, but Adrian and their team, having a small lead, were able to slip through the buildings and keep their distance. Finally, they reached the newsroom. Quick, let's go in, shouted the journalist, opening a hidden door that led into a dimly lit room filled with technical equipment. Once inside, Adrian and Ana helped the journalists set up the connection to the secure servers. Documents from the Vatican's secret archives detailing plans for the election of future popes and Masonic connections were being prepared for distribution. It's time, Ana said, her eyes fixed on the laptop screen. Once we push the button, there's no going back. Do it, Adrian said. The truth must come out. Ana raised her hand and tapped on the keyboard. At that moment, everything seemed to stop for a moment, as if time itself was waiting to see what would happen. In the Vatican, the alarm had been raised. The Pope and Cardinal Alessandro watched with wide eyes as Masonic agents reported that they had failed to stop Adrian and Ana. The documents have been published, Alessandro said, his face horrified. Everything is online. The whole world will know. The whole world will know nothing, replied the Pope calmly. What they will see is just chaos. We will immediately start the disinformation campaign. We will bombard the news networks with false information. We will spread rumors that everything is fabricated. Soon, no one will know what to believe. They will be looking for stability, and we will give them exactly that. But what if I still believe, insisted Alessandro. It doesn't matter, smiled the Pope. The truth can be hidden under a mountain of lies. And if we make this mountain big enough, people will drown in confusion. They don't want the truth. They want peace. And we are the ones who can give them that. In the small room in Rome, Adrian and Ana watched as the documents began to be distributed rapidly, picked up by several independent media channels. The reactions had already begun. People all over the world were beginning to wake up to the shocking truth about the Vatican and the Freemasons. "I did it," Ana said, her eyes awestruck by what she saw on the screen. "Yes," Adrian answered, but his voice was serious. "But the fight is not over. They will do everything they can to discredit us, to distort the truth. But at least we managed to take the first step. People now have a chance to see beyond the illusion." But at that very moment, the cars of the Masonic agents stopped in front of the building. Adrian and Ana had already heard the sound of the engines and knew there was no time to lose. "We have to go," Adrian said, standing up suddenly. "They won't hesitate to eliminate us, even now." "Yes," Ana answered, but with a glimmer of relief in her eyes. "But at least now we know we did something that will count." Chapter 28. Illusion of Victory. Agents of the Masons were fast approaching. The headlights of their cars lit up the Roman night, turning the quiet of the deserted streets into an invisible battlefield. Adrian, Ana and the two journalists were inside the building, knowing that every second was precious. "We have to move," Adrian said, his voice shaking, feeling the weight of the moment. "The documents are already in the world, but that does not mean we are safe. They will do everything to eliminate us and reverse what we have done." "We can't let all these sacrifices be in vain," Ana added as she looked out the window. He had seen the agents get out of their cars, their weapons ready for any confrontation. "We managed to publish the documents," said one of the journalists, turning to Adrian. "But you're right, they will do everything they can to change the narrative. Although we have spread the truth, they have much more power than we do. The power they have over media, politics and even technology is immense." Ana looked at Adrian, a shadow of anxiety crossing her eyes. "Do you think that will be enough? We managed to publish the truth, but if no one believes it, what was the point?" Adrian felt a chill in his chest. He knew he was right. The truth was now in the world, but that didn't mean people would accept it. "Perhaps not," he replied quietly. "Perhaps all this will be distorted, turned into something that people will not be able to accept. But at least I tried. We did everything we could." At that moment, agents of the Freemasons entered the building. They moved quickly and efficiently, leaving no trace of hesitation. Every step was calculated, every movement controlled. They were looking to finish the mission in the shortest possible time. "I'm here," shouted one of the journalists, watching them hurry up the stairs. "Get ready," Adrian said, pulling Ana toward a side door. "We won't get many more chances." Ana felt an overwhelming uneasiness, but deep down, a part of her had already accepted the inevitable. "I did what I could. We can't run forever." Adrian looked into her eyes, understanding her feelings. They were both tired, exhausted from this seemingly never-ending battle. But their struggle had not been in vain. Even if they didn't see the results yet, they had managed to bring the truth to light. Masonic agents broke down the door with impressive force. Adrian and Ana were in the corner of the room, surrounded, with no way to escape. "It's over," said the agent commander, raising his weapon. "You have fought but never understood the true power of the system. Did you think a simple truth would defeat everything we built? It's an illusion." Ana, her eyes full of anger and sadness, slowly stood up. "The truth will come out no matter what you do now. You can't control everything forever." The commander smiled coldly. "There is no need to control forever. Just for long enough. Disinformation is our most powerful weapon, and the world is not ready to accept such a dark truth." Adrian closed his eyes for a moment, realizing that this was the end of them. They had done their best, but the huge machine that controlled the world was far too powerful. The forces manipulating religion, politics and economics were not just a fiction, they were a reality far too well anchored in global structures. The commander raises the weapon, and in a split second, a deafening sound fills the room. Adrian and Ana fell to the ground, unable to fight anymore. Their deaths had been quick. But the weight of their sacrifice hung in the air as a testament to all they had tried to do. In the Vatican, the Pope and Cardinal Alessandro watched in silence as the reports confirmed that Adrian and Ana had been removed. The documents had been distributed, but the disinformation campaign had already begun to bear fruit. "Did I win?" Alessandro asked, trying to mask the doubt in his voice. "We have won another battle," the Pope replied calmly, showing no emotion. "People will not be able to tell the truth from the lie. They will choose to believe what we offer them. Stability, order and safety. All of this matters more than any inconvenient truth. Our system remains intact." The world eventually began to learn about the distributed documents. Some independent publications tried to reveal the truth about the Vatican and the Freemasons, but those voices were quickly drowned out by an avalanche of criticism, contradictions and propaganda. News of conspiracies was ridiculed, labeled as the invention of fanatics. And the mainstream media, controlled from the shadows, offered the public the official version of events. The truth had become a victim of media chaos, a story buried under layers of lies and distortions. As the days passed, Adrian and Ana's sacrifice seemed to get lost in the maelstrom of misinformation. People, overwhelmed by economic crises and political conflicts, were looking for stability and not truth. The Vatican and the Freemasons had once again succeeded in consolidating their power, using fear and confusion to control the global narrative. Epilogue. People seeking tranquility. In a small room, somewhere far from the global commotion, an independent journalist examined for the last time the documents that Adrian and Ana had sacrificed to bring to light. He realized that the truth was not always enough. "Maybe people aren't ready," he murmured softly, glancing out the small window. "Maybe they never will be." The world continued to move forward, seemingly unchanged. The Vatican remained a symbol of stability. And the Freemasons quietly controlled the knobs of power. The truth was there, but hidden under layers of mistrust and manipulation. Finally, the invisible war had won yet another battle. And people, defeated by their own desire for peace and comfort, remained prey to a system that controlled every aspect of their lives. The truth had perished, but the question remained, until when? End. The book ends on a bittersweet note, reflecting the complexity and power of manipulation in a world ruled from the shadows. Adrian and Ana's sacrifices, though heroic, were not enough to defeat the overwhelming forces of disinformation and global power.